he picked the wrong family, and not scared of a conflict, and we're not scared. We're not running. We're coming at him.
Hey guys, welcome to the think tank. Good to see you guys. Hey Mexi, thank you so much, friend. I appreciate it. Tons. Much appreciated. So Dandy and Shauna, good to see you guys as well. I think we're nearing the end of the documents. Let me take a peek at what page we're at now. We're at page 81. So it's coming. It's coming along. But it's giving us a good darn look at what a creep this guy is, if nothing else. He's like a piece of work. He really, really is. Okay, how come this isn't working? I'm trying to stretch this out. Let's see. I'm going to close that out. I'm going to do it this way. So yeah, we are on page 81, which brings us to March 5th, 2021, part 2 of, I do believe this is Barry, right? Holy, what a piece of work he is, guys. Yeah, we're at 81 out of 131, so we're getting there. Good to see you, Dandy. Yeah, holy. So what I want to do is, once again, I want to bring up, let me see here. I want to bring up Charles. I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's an interesting name. She goes by Etta. Charlesetta Lynn Grau. So she's just a gorgeous young lady. This is also on my community page. So we've got that. And then Namus has also got some information on her. So I do believe we'll take a look at Namus. This young lady, she's from Florida. She's got disabilities and really needs to be found. Let's see. So, missing person through Namus. So she was 19 years old when she went missing. She's about 20 now. Her full name is Charlesetta Lynn Grau. She does go by Etta. She is Caucasian, 5'4", and about 100 pounds. The last time she was seen was August 27th, 2022, March 6th, 2023 is when this file was made. So she was in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is Pinellas County. And what it says in their circumstances is that Charlesetta was reported missing under suspicious circumstances and allegedly last seen September of 2022. Throughout the investigation, there have been statements that Grau might have traveled to Tennessee with an unknown male. However, there's no evidence to support the statement. Grau previously resided in Illinois and has family in both Illinois and Indiana. Grau has been entered in NCIC FCIC as a missing endangered purple alert. So a purple alert is when there is some handicaps, mental handicaps. So that gives her the purple alert. So what they're saying, if you happen to see her, please take appropriate action and notify the Pinellas Sheriff's Office. Detective Persaud at 727 582 6483. So, Mind of Monsters is in my description. She has been talking to the father of Charles Setta. So check her out. She's got a lot more information than I do. If you're in that area, she'll be able to give you more information to watch for. So her ears are pierced and she does have a scar on her forehead. So let's see here. Yeah, she needs to be found. It's unbelievably sad, all of this with the kids, right? Thank you for that. So this is the link to Mind of Monsters. And please do go check her out because she has been working, like I said, with the family and has a lot more information on Etta than I do. I've got the basics, but like I say, she's been talking to the family. So that is the place to go for the information. Very suspicious circumstances. Well, hello, Mel. Good to see you, friend. No, we just started up. We talked about Charlisa, and all that information is in my community tab. So if anyone happens to see Charlisa, please do make the appropriate calls. Yeah, it's been a year. It's been a year. Yeah, talking about a missing young lady out of Florida, Etta. Yeah, she went missing last year, but they're pretty desperate to find her. I'm pretty sure that they said that her age is like her capacity is around 7 years old. So sadly, she is an easier target for sick people. People are damaged in their brains, like to prey on people like Etta. So let's just try and get this around the best we can, share it out, and hopefully somebody somewhere can give some information because somebody does know something. So what do you guys think? I'm just going to touch on this briefly because I mean, I don't do politics and I think this is basically what it's about. But what the heck is going on in Jerusalem, Gaza? Oh my word. I couldn't believe it. They've gone bat crap crazy over there. So they're saying right now there's more than 1,000 passings. It's the largest scale attack yet. And sadly, they did attack at a music festival. They came in on these things. Now, what are they calling them? Armed winged attacks. They're paragliders with wheels. So they're going in there and they're grabbing people and taking them, and it's just a bad situation. So a person, check it out. Check it out. You don't necessarily have to be into politics. This is an ongoing war over land. Everybody wants that Gaza Strip. So, which amazes me because that's where they're hitting and blowing up. They've got this holy land that they're supposed to protect. It's just, oh, they are, Shauna, and it's heartbreaking. Like you guys all know, I am just not a political person. What's happening here? Okay, it took a few seconds. Hey, Carrie and Perry, good to see you guys. Israel is bombing the heck out of them right now. It's just the saddest thing. It's just stop it. Just stop it. So yeah, I know it's not true crime, but I just had to bring it up because you know what? There's a lot of innocent people perishing because of this. Yeah, hashtag end the suffering. Thank you, Dandy. Yeah, absolutely. So 81, we are on. Gaza needs to be blitzed, but they are holding human shields there. Ugh. Oh, when I seen those tankers going over there, I was like, oh no. Yeah, this is the part that bothers me, Perry. It's usually the innocent people who suffer in these situations. Absolutely barbaric. Yeah, I was watching it this morning with my hubby, and I tell you what, I was shaking. I was so upset at watching what they were doing and feeling helpless. Doesn't matter if they're brown, pink, yellow, blue, gay, not, it just different religions. I don't care about any of that. Just grow the F up. These aren't toys. These are people. So yeah. So I won't get into that anymore because I do know that, I mean, it's not part of what we do, but I did want to acknowledge, that's the thing. We all bleed the same. Absolutely. That's kind of how I see it. It's heartbreaking. Exactly. Well said, friend. Anyway, back to Chipmunk Gate. Well said. Yeah, well said. Okay, so this brings us to March 5th, 2021, part 2. So let's see what Barry has to say for himself now. Isn't he just a disgusting human? Personal opinion. I mean, it looks like some people might have found him appealing, but I think he's gaggy. Alrighty, let's see here. Again, March 5th, 2021. So in this interview, Barry asserted that Suzanne's phone should have been found, that he had an intuition about her affair, and he could not recall what he threw away on May 10th. Yeah. Though he was shown photos and that Suzanne was drunk when he came home that Saturday afternoon. This guy, get a life, man. S.A. Grusing and S.A. Harris met with Barry at his Tailwinds worksite behind his condo on the afternoon of March 5th, 2021. Barry is told that all the people sent the Facebook requests said it didn't seem like it was Suzanne sending them. Remember all of those mysterious Facebook requests that was to a bunch of men around this time? No way. Then agents wonder if Suzanne was doing this just to make him mad, Barry said. Suzanne has never done that in her life. When asked if Suzanne told him she befriended these people, he said no, and then said, but I have her phone. What? She gave me full access to her phone. She gave me the passcode, I mean. Do you guys have her phone? Do you have her phone? So what the hell? But I have her phone. Okay. When agents tell Barry they don't have her phone, he says nobody found her phone. And then I figured you guys had to have it. He says, see, that's really weird because I thought from day one, you guys had the phone. Barry said, no, sorry, when Barry was asked where he would look for the phone, knowing where the bike was and the helmet were, he said, in between. Barry talks about Suzanne's affair possibly getting out on social media, and if it does, darn good and well what everybody is going to say. I mean, I don't know if you guys think it. Barry added, but they're like, oh, Barry found out she had a boyfriend and deleted her. He continued, I mean, that's what people say. And I'm hoping that you guys believe me that I didn't know one bit until the day you guys came to my backyard. Agents talked about some of the things related to Suzanne's 7 trips, her behavior in Mexico that likely made Barry suspicious, like when he wanted to see her phone because he was not a fool. Barry said, I had some intuition, but I would never think it was a physical thing. Barry was told that doesn't make him guilty of her disappearance, and Barry does not protest. Barry is reminded of the argument that was recorded on the pen and Suzanne saying it was about money and asked what that was about. Barry said it was Suzanne's grandmother's money and explained that Barry and Suzanne had borrowed $100,000 from Suzanne's dad, and it caused family problems with Suzanne's brother. Barry said Suzanne wanted to pay it back with her grandmother's money, but Barry said he made a lot of money and he would pay it back. Barry was asked about his phone ping down by the river during the Facebook posts on Friday night, and he asked if he was outside. Barry said, I could have been. I don't remember. I chase critters around the house all the time. There's a bear that got into the garage. He completely destroyed my garage. Well, keep the door down, city dude. I was going to shoot him, but I was just going to scare him off. And coyotes are always outside. Where are you putting your garbage, buddy? Righty. Barry was shown a map printout of Highway 50 near the Garfield area west of his Puma Path house and was asked about where he turned around at Garfield. When he left his house, he asked where his road is and is told that it's off the map. Barry said, I can't tell you exactly where I turned around. Oh my God. Another story. But it was probably the first road or drive going into Garfield. Barry said the reason he was watching where the elk go is because he hunts sheds, and that while the bull didn't have its horns, it was a big bull, and he figured that Barry could get its pattern when he could follow that pattern and find his horns. Barry talked about the county road where the helmet was found and said he was pretty sure he went past that one because he was sitting looking at this herd. As Barry discussed, watching the herd and its patterns and where he turned around, he was motioning several times back and forth with the pen from the road to the location of the Garfield mine on the map. Barry was shown a photo of the RTD stop and asked about it. Barry said he pulled over there to GPS the job site. There was a trash can right there, and he just took stuff out of his truck. This man, he just expects people to believe what he is saying. Doesn't matter how much it makes sense or doesn't make sense. Unreal. Hello, Tracy. Good to see you, friend. Yeah, we're on 82 right now. Got your back, friend. Okay. So Barry was shown a photo of the RTD stop and asked about it. Barry said he pulled his truck over there to GPS the job site. There was a trash can there, and he just took stuff out of his truck. Barry said whatever he threw away was probably just sitting right there on the seat. Barry said he couldn't tell agents what it was, but it wasn't worth anything. Barry said it was junk, probably wrappers and cans. Agents labeled this as trash run number 1. Barry was also shown on a satellite image of the south side of the hotel where his truck was parked. Barry said he remembers why he was there. Barry said he was just was just waiting for someone to come out the door and go in and get a free breakfast. Oh my God, man. Agents labeled this as trash run number 2. Barry was shown photos from video surveillance pictured below of him carrying things, including boots, into the hotel. Barry said he doesn't even remember carrying the boots into the hotel. Then Barry said he remembered that he took them to the hotel to take the laces out. Barry said the boots had holes in them, but he wanted to save the laces. Kabillionaire. Okay. So he took them in to take the laces out. Barry was asked about the blue item he was holding, and he said it looked like his swimsuit and asked if he got it from his truck. Barry was asked by agents if he remembers what was in the garbage bag. Barry said it was probably his mail. Barry was asked about changing his shirt that day, and he said he did so because it was hot. Barry was shown photos from video surveillance and asked about his McDonald's trash run. Barry said he was pushing it down because the trash was on top, and he was pushing it down so it would fit. Barry was asked what small items was he throwing away, and he said he could not remember. Barry said he does this all the time. It's just him. Barry said, I know how it looks bad, and it probably looked bad to Joe, but there's nothing there. Agents labeled this as trash run number 3. Barry was shown a map of Men's warehouse parking lot and told that he stopped there. Agents asked if he took things to the dumpster there. Barry said, not to my knowledge. Barry was asked if he took things to the trash can, and he replied, I could have. Barry was told he was there for about 40 minutes and if he remembered what he was doing there. Barry said, I think I was still cleaning my truck. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I just, oh my God, I was probably getting the crap out of my truck, like I said, which I have done my whole entire life. Agents labeled this as trash run number 4. Unreal. Barry was shown the photograph of the binder he was carrying into the hotel. Barry said it was papers related to the job so he could study and prepare for the job. Barry was asked about changing from a black to a gray shirt. Barry said it was because gray would reflect the sun. Ay. Barry said again that from when he was seen, Suzanne left and he what? Barry said again that from what he has seen, Suzanne left and he wanted to go to Mexico to find her, adding that Suzanne does not go through a border and wondered if she had $70,000. Gruesome said if it wasn't Suzanne, the FBI would consider it. Barry said, but she turned into a different person. She was working out. She was never this fit and this ballsy in her life. Oh. Barry said her mind was altered from substances and booze, adding that substances alter people's minds, and he was positive Susan's mind was altered. S.A. Grusing asked if her mind was altered Saturday afternoon when he came home. Barry referring Barry's statement of her drunk eyes in that photo. Barry said, I thought it was, but I thought this might be good because it might make for a better night if she cut the edge off with something. So I wasn't going to. S.A. Grusing, Barry wasn't going to fight her on it. Barry said, so I wasn't opposed to that day. And I surely wasn't going to bring it up. If I bring those things up, it causes a fight. She'll start something, so I just let go. March 10th, 2021, part 2. In this interview, Barry said Suzanne might be in the river, describing the Elks path across Highway 50. And if he disposed of her between Salida and Broomfield, agents would see the evidence from his truck. Discussed why Redacted's bedsheets made him look bad and that the tranquilizer dart evidence should be explained from him shooting 2 deer with a dart gun near his home. Brutal. Barry met with S.A. Grusing and S.A. Harris at Fire Station 4 2-150 La Plata Street. Okay, that's a mouthful. Give me 2 seconds. Take my foot. Gotta curl up in my chair. It's all good. It's all good. Jazzy. Jazz. You're good. Come here. Come sit down. So let's see here. Come sit down. Barry met with S.A. Grusing and S.A. Harris at Fire Department 4 2-150 La Plata Street. Here you go. Catch it. Poncha Springs, Colorado. Once seated, Barry asked about his scopes. S.A. Grusing replied that the scope could be removed from the rifles, but if the agents can clear Barry, he could get everything back. Barry agreed to wait and said if he was guilty, he would not be talking to agents, adding, because I'm not stupid. You don't think, Barry? You don't think you're stupid? I think you're stupid. He said he has answered every question and wants it to be over. He commented that agents sitting in his workplace make him uncomfortable. S.A. Grusing and Barry said Barry does not return texts or calls, so agents wait until he appears ready because he appears to be nervous to talk. Barry said, I think we've gotten through that, adding that he lost trust when Joe and Derek turned on me. Barry stated that Suzanne told Sheila about things that he pitted Sheila against me. He said he thought Sheila would counsel her that marriage is for life. Barry said he told Susan when they got married, it was for life. That's good of him to say. Specifically saying to her, I'm a godly man, and you better make sure you want me because it's for life. Barry said, I don't understand. I mean, Susan's a good woman. You probably think she's a piece of crap. No, not for 2 seconds, you piece of shite. S.A. Grusing said, agents do not think that Barry said she's as good as they come. I do not think that. Agents do not think that. And Barry said, she's as good as they come. I don't understand what got her to this point. Barry said he did not want to fight with Suzanne because of her cancer. He added, the next night it would be like nothing ever happened and she'd be wonderful and have sex. Barry added, we had a great night Saturday before. We had sex. That's all he talks about. He talks about that and her having alcohol and substance problems. He's not a nice guy. There was nothing. That happened at 2:30. I mean, I look back, nothing. I grilled steak and probably 5 or 6. We ate dinner, we went to bed. And again, sex. He added, I always fall asleep right away because I'm dead tired from work. Surely she stayed up but I don't. It's okay. But I don't know, shaking his head. Jasmine. Uh-uh. Come back here. She's barking at everything today. I'm sorry. Give me just 2 seconds, guys. Okay, I think we're good. I don't know. Jasmine, are you kidding me today? No. If Susan was found without clothing and personal items, we know where that stuff went. Absolutely. Think even God would be with this guy. Absolutely. And also to rent a hotel from 3 hours away to change the laces out of my shoes. Uh-huh. Isn't he thrifty? Yeah, that had to be a lot of mail because that paperwork was all over the place when he went inside. Nothing like having snap lace and no spare. I yeah. It had to be. The guy's a pig. He's just gross. He's just gross. Very, very busy guy during and after. How he remembered so much detail, I can't remember 5 minutes ago, right? His daughters must know deep down who is responsible. They have to, Perry. I mean, it's got to be in their guts. I can recount every step. He can recount every step he made up to her disappearance, but nothing after that. Okay, Barry boy, not buying it. Selective amnesia. Much? How old are the kids at this time? Something like maybe 18 and 20, 18 and 19, 17 and they're later teens or very early 20, the older sister. I can't imagine what they have to go through. It breaks my heart. It really does. Because you've got to think the acknowledgement will have to set in sooner or later. Yeah, one in high school and one in college at the time. Exactly, friend. She got too independent and too confident. Do you know what? That's boom. Boom. I think you hit the nail on the head. So they got babies, tough one at that age. They know when things are wrong, doesn't fit. Yeah, because I mean, they were talking about not wanting to go to the house because the parents were fighting so much. He should have said the treatments she was on made her loopy. That's more believable. Right? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Jazzy. Oh God, crazy mom at her computer talking to herself again. I honestly think that's fact. She was fighting a life battle and he can't stop saying she was impaired and taking substances. Yeah. And that there, doesn't that just kind of tell you? I can't believe how much detail, and I mean details, he remembers back then. Did he have a notebook, wrote everything, every move he made? Exactly. Rolling my eyes so hard they might pop out. Don't start again. Oh, do you know what? I would have been arrested because I couldn't handle him. He is a pig. Yeah, that is. That's all he talks about, friend. I am sub to him but never get notifications, apparently. Oh, that's live on the couch? I think I watched that once. Many have a calculator. Many narcissists have a calculator in their heads and selective memory. Yep. She was sick. Who wants to do the wild thing on chemo? Right? I imagine, because, I mean, you can see his face even on this thumbnail. I don't know who took that picture and who he was talking to, but that picture on there basically explains everything to me. Okay, so he added, I fell asleep right away because I'm tired from work. Da, 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 da. Barry then referenced the second Valentine's Day in a row when Suzanne met this guy. When she said she was meeting her dad, Barry said he told Suzanne, honey, something, I'm coming to Florida. Let's just spend a few days. He said he went and they had an unbelievable time. Again, sex 3 times a day. What a pig. She was incredibly romantic with me. She gave me the most beautiful card that was heartfelt. Barry said Suzanne must not have been right in her mind to be in love with another man and treat Barry like she still loves him. What? S.A. Harris told Barry that Suzanne's life with her boyfriend appears to be more her true life than her life with Barry. And the agents did not doubt they still had sex, but she was, placating Barry. That's exactly what she was doing. Barry was told Suzanne felt like she had to do this with him at times. Can you imagine this narcissist hearing this stuff? Barry asked, so what's this guy? Relationship with my wife? He asked if the boyfriend's wife was ugly, and S.A. Grusing said she was not. Barry asked for more information about the boyfriend, and S.A. Grusing told Barry he was not cleared as a suspect and would have to be cleared before knowing such things and getting his weapons back. Barry said, I would agree with that, but there's not one gun in that safe that's been fired for months. I don't think he used a weapon, guys. I think his hands were the weapon. He added, oh, and how could it be months if he was out there getting chipmunks? Or was that one of the ones that were not in the safe? Okay, the only thing I fired, is my chipmunk gun. I guarantee you I fired that even after Suzanne went missing. Barry confirmed that gun he gave to the agents. S.A. Grusin asked Barry when he thought it was okay to stop searching for Suzanne, and he replied, never. S.A. Grusing asked when Barry's physical search stopped. When Barry physically stopped searching for her, he said, I searched for her for 3 to 5 months. Oh, wow, good man. Not. S.A. Grusing asked Barry at what point he felt searching would do no good. Barry said, I felt like she was gone. I felt like I really felt in my heart that somebody took her and left the area. Then, probably 5 months down the road, I thought she's in the river. S.A. Grusing asked Barry what he did about searching difficult places like mine shafts. He said, we did. We searched every mine shaft in the area. Oh, I bet you did. You know nothing about mine shafts, buddy? Down the hole. What? Oh my God, this guy's just got a sick brain. So S.A. Grusing asked if vertical shafts were in the area. And Barry replied, yeah, there's one behind the house that's on the very top, but it's plugged by a boulder. They plugged it. It doesn't go. I mean, it goes straight down, and they plugged it. He asked if there was more. He said, there's another one, but it's been blown up by the house. I don't know of anything open by the house. This one in Garfield, the ones in Garfield are open. The ones up 240 are open. Up 240 are open. S.A. Grusing asked if he search and rescue covered those, and Barry said they did not search much past the first day or go across the highway. He said, I was certain the first day that a mountain lion, I'm sorry, a mountain lion got her. I was certain of it. Yeah, because they would never leave DNA. You know, they're good that way. They clean up after themselves. He added, I've been hunting that lion for 2 years. Good luck. Barry said he tracked the lion 6 times and knows his habits. Oh, coming down the hill behind his house, up the road, across the bridge, across Highway 50, and east across the mountain, he said. I've seen him do it hundreds of times. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if the lion was seen by the helmet, and Barry replied he did not know. Barry said he was told there was no red stuff evidence at the scene because he and George had too many vehicles, drove through it. S.A. Grusing asked how far the lion would carry Suzanne, and Barry replied, to the top, to the very, very top. Barry said that's the first place he looked because he's seen on TV shows where lions drag people up a mountain. Very true. And then up a tree. S.A. Grusing asked Barry how a lion would eat a person, and he replied, lions go for the neck. When asked if lions completely eat a person, Barry replied, he's not going to eat her clothes. When a lion eats a deer, they're going to blah, blah, blah. The fur, he added, her clothes should have been found. S.A. Grusing discussed the initial response and lack of information law enforcement possessed. Barry was asked what he presently thinks happened to Suzanne, and he said, I think she left. He added, the money is gone, and he thinks she left, and something went wrong. Barry said she would not leave her girls. S.A. Grusing asked Barry where Susan would go if not her boyfriend. Barry said she would be the kind of person who would say, I'm just going to disappear and see what happens and then try to start my life. Barry said there is no way she cares more about this guy than about her girls, he added. I just have no clue. I thought she was in the river. He said he search and rescue assured him she was not there after they used poke sticks. Barry stated at the end of the summer, I'm like, what if she's there the whole time? What if she's there? He talked about using an excavator from work and tearing up a beaver dam, but needing a 240 or 320 sized excavator because of the hundreds of trees. Barry asked, could she be there right now? Absolutely. I don't understand why they spent $140,000 digging up my job site. It would have put the money, if they had to put the money in the river, cleaning it and making sure the remains are not there, that would have been good. That would that would have been put to good use, he continued. That the neighbor who heard the machine was 90 years old and senile, and the contractor who worked at the job site asserted no work done recently where the dig occurred. He said the media got a hold of that. Everybody jumped on, beating the freaking crap out of me. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if after he looked at the bull elk, he continued past the exit to 285 to Denver or continued on Highway 50 into town. Barry said no. I went straight there. When asked how long he watched the bull elk and if it walked along the highway, Barry said no, they crossed. I was trying to see where they were going up the mountain because that's where I was going to look for his horns because they do the same things. They're going to drop their horns in the same pattern. He added they already crossed. They were in the road when I stopped in the road before I got to 50. They were in the road crossing. Okay, we got it, Barry. We got it. And then they crossed the road. And by the time I get up there, they're already crossing the mountain. I mean, I don't stop on 50. I keep going. I'm just watching to see where they're going. I get to Garfield, turn around to go right to 285. Look at him explaining things. He's, oh my God, guys. Page 87, friends. We're making progress. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Just looking to see what's going on here. He's trying to throw them, of course, but he didn't realize how completely stupid he sounds. In Colorado, across the state, there's an estimated 23,000 abandoned mine sites on both public and private land. Yeah, I believe it, friend. Should say no matter what it says, she didn't deserve for her life to be took away, whether it was violent or silent. I wonder if he had chipmunk gun over his shoulder as he climbed down the mine shaft. Yeah, no one deserves to have their life taken. Gosh, are they hidden? I mean, could you just fall into one like walking around there? A lot of times they're boarded or they've put some kind of plug on them, like a big rock. But, I've lived in areas where you had to be really careful because the ground was open. You would fall. You had to be careful. You had to be careful. Thank God for such a brilliant chat and host. Aw, you're awesome. Some vids, it's only talk the case, not personal or laughs. Listen and watch. Thanks, guys. Isn't chat just awesome? I mean, and thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you. We pretty much think a lot of you too. Never until death doesn't mean you can take that life. I know. And isn't that the vibe you get from what he said? I think she set up the house. She set up house with a mountain lion. I'd love to get the copyright on this and turn it into a bestseller. Just saying. Do you know what? I guarantee it's going to happen. If they arrest him, think all the TV, movie, books are scratching their heads. Which comes first? I agree. Yep, so many of them. I swear, this man gets under my skin something fierce. Oh, for sure. Yesterday, reading some of it, I was getting pretty peeved at him. Like, it's like, okay, Frankie, bring it back in because he's a trigger for a lot of things. Someone mentioned that yesterday, and he is. If anyone's got PTSD out there, this guy's a huge trigger for a lot of us. Yeah, but did they really cross the road? That area is where her helmet was found also. Yeah. Only one they won't touch is Daryl Brooks. I object. Rumors, TV, books want to do something on Sarah Boone once it's over. Oh my God, isn't that a woman? Why did the elk cross the road? Don't know, Maxie. I was going to say to get away from Barry Morphew. He's theatrical, typical, plus the gaslighting and word salad. Well said, Carrie. Maddie just made a pop-up for the baby. Oh my God, it's brilliant. I got to say, my daughter has talent. Sorry, I got excited. That is awesome. Awesome. To get to the grass on the other side. But I didn't really have a punchline. Oh my word. He left his antlers. They shed their antlers. So yeah, a lot of people, they want the antlers and they also want the velvet from antlers. I was recently diagnosed with PTSD. To say this case is a trigger, huge. Absolutely, friend. I know I've got some pretty bad PTSD, and he's a trigger for me. So I figured if he's a trigger for me, he's got to be trigger for others. And I'm sorry for that, Tracy. I'm sorry for that. Yeah. Yeah. I understand 100%. Yes, you do, my friend. Trigger boy. Trigger boy and the Chipmunk Band. All right, back to this little knob. Barry continued. And the thing about it is, if I had something to do with all of this, there would be evidence of me and my truck doing something with her between Salida and Broomfield. Well, not necessarily there, bucko. Didn't those dogs find a scent on, oh my goodness, on the flatbed behind them that was there? Didn't they get some scent there? And we do know that the daughter that had the Range Rover, I think it was 2005, and it had no kind of GPS tracking. So, depending on how smart this guy was, that would be the thing. That would be the way to go. So Barry added, and yeah, if I had her and took her to Broomfield and disposed of her somewhere between there, you guys would see that on my computer. You would see where I stop. I told Joe every stop I made, and I know for a fact it had to line up to my computer. If you guys are that good at forensic, it had to line up. S.A. Grusing told Barry that the agents could not see every location point and he was in the mountains, which is why the bull elk story made sense. Barry said, yeah, cleared his throat. I know that you had my truck for several days. I know that you had my house. I know that you had her car. And there's just no possible way that you found any evidence because it does not exist. So they're not saying anything about the daughter's car yet, are they? He added, I know that you took my bed sheets. I know I didn't even know until after the fact that redacted sheets were off her bed upstairs. I mean, what a coincidence. Her sheets are off her bed, and then all of a sudden it's like, that's where he did it? And the sheets are gone? He washed them, blah, blah, blah. I had no idea they were off. Suzanne was obviously washing sheets because redacted was with Susan and redacted, and they were going to stay there the night. And Suzanne was taking sheets off and washing, getting things ready. S.A. Grusing asked if redacted was going to stay there. And Barry said, yeah, they always sleep together. They always sleep together. Okay. Barry continued. So I didn't even know that those sheets were off the bed, but boom, that makes me look bad. And I was not even aware of it. But I guarantee you there's no evidence on those sheets wherever they're at. I don't know if you have evidence when you wash them or not. I've never done your job, but there. I know for a fact that you guys have found no evidence of me doing any of this. It just doesn't exist. That's why I don't understand how it can go 9 months. S.A. Grusing said the odd thing about the sheets and the house was that tranquilizer dart had been fired in or around the house. Barry replied, and I have shot. That again, I have told you I don't want to get in trouble with the DNR. S.A. Grusing inserted he was not. Barry continued, I'm telling you right now, I shot 2 deer with my trank gun because I used to raise deer and collect horns, you fudger. I tell you exactly what I did. Yeah, I don't, oh my God, this man. He continued, they're in the yard. They're in the yard. I shoot them. They go to sleep. I cut their horns off and I wake them and off they go. No horns on their head. I cut their horns. Oh my God, I just want to beat this guy with like a big pointy stick. S.A. Gruson said Barry's friends in Indiana talk about that, and he replied, and it's totally illegal. And so I'm not going to share that with the DNR. The way they are, and exhaled, they come arrest me. So things like that in my head. What should I say? And nobody even asked me about the trank darts. But you're going to find trank darts around my property because I've done that. S.A. Grusing asked Barry, when did he last shoot his head? Oh, hold on. S.A. Grusing asked Barry when he last did that and shook his head and replied, I don't recall, but it would have been when deer had antlers. That's usually in late April. S.A. Grusing said that made sense because investigators could not explain a tranquilizer dart. Barry said, I'm just telling you right now, I'm a redneck, and I'm the first thing I thought of when I came here and saw a deer in my yard with big horns. I'm like, I'm getting them horns. I'm not going to unalive it, not going to poach it, but I guarantee if DNR knew I did that, they'd slap my wrist pretty hard. S.A. Grusing said agents are not there for those reasons. Okay, so Barry said, I know, that's why I'm sharing with you. I'm just being open with you. Obviously, things line up against me coincidentally or for some reason. I mean, I look back and see how some things have happened and like, gosh, that makes me, why would God allow that? Those things in the situation to make me look like the sheets, the bed, unmade. I say Grusing asked why those things made Barry look bad. And he said, because it looks like if I did something and ripped the sheets and got the red stuff on them and ripped them and washed them, to me, looking at it through a detective's eyes, because he would know how a detective thinks, that would look a little suspicious. Yes, you're sus AF. Barry continued. So obviously I didn't. And just little things like that. And I'm like, and just like throwing my crap away. I've done that my whole entire life. And I told Joe, I said, I was in a hurry. I was going to put it in the dumpster. And I think the dumpster, big exhale, bulging anyway. But I had all this freaking crap in my truck. I've done that my whole life. I see a trash can, I pull over, throw things out. I've done that my whole life. Good God. Keep saying it because you think you're going to convince people. Barry continued. So, whatever we have to do to get this over, I need it over for me. I need to move on, move forward somehow. Of course, what you told me about the affair broke me, but I'm still broken about it. I'll probably never get over that. But the good thing about that is it would allow me to move on. Knowing if what you're saying is true, if she comes back, or even if we find her alive, she doesn't want me anymore. So why should I put all of this, all of my heart, all of my love into this relationship if she doesn't want me? Well, you want to find her, you mofo. No wonder they question the crap out of him because, he doesn't look suspicious at all. Let's see, guys. Do, 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 do. No. Yep. Love to talk, mostly BS, but still liked his own voice. Well said. He alluded that she'd be north when in fact she was south. Way to throw us off, Barry. They found her. Exactly. Yes, he's enjoying thinking he's the smartest in the room. I love to watch these people get convicted of their crimes. Yep. Those pictures of the bedroom, the bed was made crisp. You bet. They did not always sleep together. If she had her own room bed, that's a dumb statement. Exactly. Anyone notice that? Yep. When the cops enter a house and hit with such a strong smell of bleach, huge warning. Nothing he says adds up. I bet when she was sick, he probably insisted she sleep away from him because he had to work. So much contradiction in his original statement, thinking he was so clever. Once this goes through court again, he will be ripped apart. Hey, Anthony, good to see you, friend. Yeah, very sick dude. Very, very sick dude. Yes, it is. It's illegal. People don't buy antlers. They're cut off. No, what they want is that antler, oh my goodness, I just said it. They use it for a lot of medicinal purposes, the antler, the velvet. And they sell that velvet. Hope they have an NPD expert in the court system. Yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Cutting off the antlers while they're alive, shot with tranquilizers. Really? I do believe that. I believe that part of it. I don't know if that's, I believe he did it, but I don't know if that's what he was doing. I highly doubt it that that's what he was doing. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, Martin, good to see you, friend. She has an affair and you're gutted. You'll never get over it. Hang on. Did you have affairs? What's good for one? Right? I believe him. I've seen the light. Praise the Lord. Hang on. Let me get this darn chipmunk first. Yeah, it's the velvet. That's what they're after. That's exactly what they're after. Okay, Barry. Barry continued, I can't go on like this. This is no way to live. It's not fair to my daughters that I be so upset. But you want to talk about the relationship, which I think is where I think is where we were when we left. I'll answer anything about Susan and I, but obviously she had two different worlds. I just can't believe what she's telling this guy, and I can't believe that she's telling her friends and family. Well, S.A. Grusing read the text of Barry's response on May 6th, saying Barry was sorry for things. Sorry things went the way they did, asking what he meant by the way they did. Barry, of course, I don't recall. Barry added, and I know there was a terrible text by, and I told Joe about it. S.A. Grusing said, this was Wednesday, and Barry said, yeah, but I thought it was Friday when I talked to Joe. I thought this happened Friday. S.A. Harris asked if Barry knew what the fight was about, and he said, she was accusing me of having an affair, and she accused me of having cameras at the house, watching her every move. Nothing would surprise me. There's lots in the house, I've heard. When S.A. Grusing asked if Barry had functioning game cameras, he said, I had game cameras. I think all of them were in the safe. They took them all. The game cameras I had outside, sometimes I put them by the drive just to see if anybody was coming in and out when I'm gone. Oh, isn't that interesting? But most of the time, I'm trying to get a picture of deer or elk or a bear. Yeah. But I had no idea cameras in the house. I never used cameras in the house. And she was just absolutely sure I had cameras in the house. Barry said he monitored the cameras with a little SD card that he could put into his computer. He added, yeah, and even the outside cameras. She thought that. Oh, you're watching, or your girlfriend is watching you on the house cameras. I said, honey, the outside cameras don't even work. But she was just certain that if, like this guy, I was outside with her and doing something in the yard, she would say, I know she's watching you, just stupid stuff. And I'm like, that's why the only reason that these fights happen is because she's accusing me. And I never understood them until now. She's accusing me because she wants to justify her relationship. I think it's just because you're a D-dog. Oh my God, dickwad. Barry continued. And now it's like, shh, I don't care. I got somebody. I don't care. That was her attitude. Grusing said May 6, Suzanne wrote in her notes that Barry accused her of Redacted's boyfriend after confirming Redacted was one of her medications. Barry said, and I told you why I did that. I did that to make her feel that it's like to be accused because I didn't believe she had a boyfriend. I mean, I told you guys that since day one. You surprised the heck out of me telling me that she was having an affair. If you would have said she's texting somebody and having an emotional conversation or a conversational affair, maybe I could have, but physical? She loves the Lord. She knows God's word. We got to answer to the Lord when we do things like that. Oh my God, Barry. S.A. Grusing interrupted with Barry's earlier reference to King David's affair. Barry was told that agents see bad things about people in investigations like this all the time, adding that this was an intimate partner investigation from the beginning. Barry talked about a couple from their church who they grew up with, and the wife went off with another man, destroying the family. Barry said, the thing about Suzanne is I wouldn't think that she could ever destroy her family because we're so close. We're very close, all four of us. That's why I'm like, Suzanne couldn't do this, who she is, knowing our love story. Oh God. Barry talked about meeting Suzanne, talking all night, falling in love, having children. He spoke of a 2013 incident when Suzanne almost died from cleaning the shower with bleach and peroxide, and the fumes interacted with the chemo and put her mind into anxiety mode. Barry said he was a workaholic and a huntaholic and cheated her out of what a woman needs emotionally. He said he was never home, worked daylight until dark, going selfishly hunting. Barry added, she's the love of my life. She'll always be the love of my life. I've forgiven her for what she's done to me. Barry added, but why? I don't know if I could even be with her again if she comes back. And I'm just not to through this. And I'm justified not to through this. Alrighty, Barry, you make no sense, man. Barry said he has to trust God because God knows more than us. And I can be angry with God and say, you can't take my wife. You can't take my mother. S.A. Harris said Suzanne wrote in her notes she talked to Barry about the divorce as early as 2019. Barry said, of course, I don't recall ever talking about divorce. I recalled her mentioning it in a fight, and we were both sober and sitting down and having a heart to heart talk. I don't ever recall her telling me that she wants a divorce. He's just got his own little world going on in his head. Barry said, and I wouldn't. I mean, if she said, hey, we're going to have to talk about this tonight, which she never did, I would say, I'm not discussing this because it's never going to happen. S.A. Grusing asked if Barry or Suzanne discussed such things with the girls. Barry said, absolutely not. S.A. Grusing asked if the girls ever saw them fighting. Barry said, there's a couple of times where they saw us fighting, but it was about the other woman thing, is where I was just fed up. And I'm like, one day I was like, they were both upstairs, and I said, girls, get down here. We have to talk. Your mom thinks I have a girlfriend. I don't. I don't know what to do. And I drug them into it, and it was the worst thing I ever did because Suzanne, she didn't appreciate that, bringing them into that. And, but I was desperate. I need help. I needed somebody on my side. Then I drugged them into it, and it was a bad thing to do. And she never forgave me for that. Okay. I'll start here. Cameras prove so much, but to someone like him, not enough to get him from her own words. That's where the power comes in for him. She did send him that text message about leaving, and Ellie has that stuff, right? Bob Barry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He just a horrible human. I hope they have the needed evidence to nail his hind to the wall. I personally believe her autopsy is going to reveal everything Ellie needs to know. We're not dealing with rockets, with a rocket scientist here. So his idea of hardworking was chasing chipmunks and mountain lions around 12 hours a day. Yeah, I'd be a bit tired out doing that, I suppose. Oh my goodness. He knew she was having an affair for a long time. I agree with you, Martin. Absolutely, friend. Yep. Yep. He knew she had a beau. We aren't stupid as Barry. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, well, before I get into this again, if you're new, please hit that subscribe and like button. I would love to have you here and help us get into that algorithm. Alrighty, so a little further into that algorithm. Alrighty, so page 92, we're making some headway. S.A. Harris said Barry did not want to hear about a divorce. Susan was talking about civil separation. Barry said, none of that, none of that. It didn't take away that a grain of salt that day when she said that. There's no way I, in my mind, thought that she would sit down and say, I want a divorce. The statement right there was in the middle of an angry outburst via text. I never understood it. Now I do. But then I blamed it on alcohol or substances or something in her system. Of course you did. There's got to be some reason that doesn't involve Barry. This guy's he's totally bent in the brain. Barry added, because she would have these outbursts, and I would come home and it was like nothing ever happened. It was like two different people. So I understand, and I told Joe this from the beginning. This looks bad. When we had a fight, I thought it was Friday. That's another thing that I said coincidentally looks bad, but that had nothing to do with anything. S.A. Grusing showed Barry deleted calls from his phone on May 4th, asking if he remembers why he deleted them. Barry said, "No, I don't recall deleting any calls. The only thing I deleted was text because I don't want the girls to see them, but I don't recall deleting calls." Because, that's what young adults do is they get into their parents' phone. I mean, what? How the hell were these girls going to get into his phone? They're all password restricted or thumb or face or whatever the hell. He always has a story that involves anyone but him. And I believe that Suzanne was a very spiritual person and that she did need to get out of that situation. But not in the way he's saying it. And I'm glad she had a boyfriend because she deserved some happiness. Best thing she did. So says Frankie. Okay, so S.A. Grusing said the agents are available whenever to meet with Barry. He said, "Well, I'm in a situation where I feel like I've looked bad because I've not reached out to you guys, but I've not reached out because of what everybody else is telling me." Barry asked if the FBI was having the sheriff keep tabs on him because it seems to Barry that the sheriff drives by when agents are in town. S.A. Grusing said agents do not tell the sheriff what they do. S.A. Grusing showed Barry a document with 3 calls from him to Jean Moorman on May 8th and 9th, explaining that those were the only calls to Jean in Barry's phone logs. Barry said Jean and I would always talk, and S.A. Grusing replied these were the only calls on his phone. He replied to Jean, "Well, Jean and I talk quite a bit." "Well, here's the deal. Usually it's him calling me." Agents explained that the last call on the way back from Moonlight Pizza on Friday, May 8th, Barry said he thinks that that call was him telling Jean to tell his son all the money was paid back. S.A. Grusing placed a page documenting Barry's use of airplane mode on his phone in April and May 2020, saying agents thought he was keeping Suzanne from seeing where he was, as it did not appear accidental. Barry said that UI and S.A. Grusing said it was a record of his use in 2020 since April 15th. Barry said, "Oh, you're talking about not that day. You're talking, yeah, I did that to let her not because she tracks me everywhere I go. Not because she tracks me everywhere I go." S.A. Grusing asked what events made Barry decide to turn it on and off. He said, "Just not that I'm doing anything wrong." Didn't he say he didn't even know how to do this earlier? Whoa, Barry. I can't wait. I hope, yeah, charge him, get him in front of a jury and see what they think of all of his BS. Barry added, "Well, she would show up at my job sites in a rage, thinking that I was having sex with one of my clients." He clarified that incident occurred in Indiana, saying it made him look bad in front of his clients. Barry said, "I know for a fact that if you guys could find out what she did, there's no doubt in my mind you could have found out if I had a girlfriend. True? Nobody, right?" S.A. Grusing said he did not bring the photos of SCX site searches that Suzanne was supposedly framing on him on. Barry said, I never went to a adult site. I'm against watching that stuff. I do not watch that stuff. I have looked at undressed women on one of those sites. I have before, but if there was ever a site that was searching for a woman, that was not me. His wife or one of his daughters? Yeah. Barry said, I've never even inappropriately, text another woman since I've been married, probably since I've been in love. He said there is no proof out there he did so. Barry said he can see agents that are genuine and honest, and he appreciates the work for him. He added, and I would just beg whatever you could do to clear me. S.A. Grusing said agents wanted to clear him and find Suzanne. Barry was told that the FBI researched Suzanne as if she was a wanted fugitive, to include facial recognition, and have not found Suzanne. Barry said, I just think if something happened and she left, that something went wrong. How could we know that? S.A. Grusing talked about the difference between a fugitive trying to disappear from someone with Suzanne's lifestyle disappearing. Barry asked, is unaliving and then he stopped. Would that be? S.A. Grusing said investigators believe that her body is close to where that bike and helmet are. Barry said, Joe said that you had planes that could detect disturbed soil. I mean, didn't they do that? S.A. Grusing said that the mountains and rocky terrain make that method difficult. S.A. Grusing talked about mine shafts that Barry shifted in his chair. The possibility was posed to Barry that she could not be seen in one of them. I mean, no, that's the thing. No, you cannot. Considering the staging of her bike and helmet. Barry said, if that's the case, then why would we have as many thousands of agents as they've said has been on this case? Why don't they have thousands of people doing a grid search, looking for anything that could be a dig site, bury site, a piece of clothing? Barry posed scenarios of a drifter taking Suzanne or a hit and run, he continued. That's a scenario that's possible. What if a lion grabbed her, took her up? I've never heard of a lion consuming a whole human body, but maybe it's happened. I don't know. But the lion's not going to eat the clothes. So those should be found if it was a lion. Barry agreed to meet again to finish answering agents' questions. Questions for the case audit. How you guys doing over there? How's everyone doing? Yeah, they need to invoke anger in them. I agree with you. I'd like to see what happens if this goes to trial, if they do charge him again. Keeping standing in a cow pat listening to his pathetic statement. Yep. Same guy who said earlier that Suzanne would not leave the kids. I want to light his arm. Of course you do. I need proof that she was using substance. It's hard to take the word of a chipmunk hunter, right? Another contradiction. He is so full of it. Yeah, it blows me away. Like, he just gets everything messed up every single time he talks to someone, either again or somebody new. He can't keep it straight. Yep, the great chipmunk hunter. Kurt Sigler said, if anyone found out Barry's infidelity, they would all turn on him. Yeah. Yeah. Well said, friend. If you criticize him enough, he'll rage. I think you're right. Yeah. Tell him he's not good at a couple of things and, just, yeah, get under his skin and I think he'll blow. Oh, this man. All right. So now we're up to April 5th, 2021, part 1. During this 2-part interview, FBI agents placed 26 exhibits in front of Barry, including photos Suzanne sent Libler, cell phone data, search photos, timelines of his activities on May 9th and May 10th, and surveillance photos. At approximately 10:25 a.m., S.A. Grusing and S.A. Harris contacted Barry at his residence in Poncha Springs. Barry said, mentally still kind of in that just confused mode about, and I've shared this with you guys about, like, he's choppy. It's hard to even read what he's saying. I was one way, and then when you guys told me about the affair, I did a 180 in my mind. I don't even know if it's a fair way for me to think sometimes. Probably not, Barry. Probably not. S.A. Grusing asked what Barry meant by a fair way to think. Barry stated, just, I don't think about her the way I did before you told me that. Obviously, I think any guy would say that. I love her, I forgive her, but the betrayal is just harder, and I was never unfaithful on my part. So I just don't understand it. I want to blame it on the cancer, the chemo, the substances, the alcohol, and if I could blame it on that, I would feel better. I mean, I don't even think the girls would talk to her if they found out she did this. Oh, I'm sure you'll run to him. S.A. Grusing asked about the time Barry redacted in Mexico about Susan not being the one receiving texts from redacted. Barry replied, well, redacted had been, she had witnessed that once before at the house where it was time where Suzanne was just really banging me up about having somebody. And I was kind of at my wit's end. I grabbed her phone one time and redacted was at school, but redacted was there. And I just let redacted know. I said, you need to come down and hear this. I said, your mom thinks I'm having an affair. There's no way that I could have done anything. And like I told you guys before, that was the only time we ever had arguments. Why would you bring your kids into something like this? Kids, come down and listen to this. Your mom, bad guy, is what he's saying, is accusing me, the good guy, of doing something wrong. The thing is you can deny who your father is for a certain amount of time, but there is a time when, especially they're young adults, they need to get a little bit older, a little bit more mature, and they might, I'm hoping, see the light. They have to go through this trial, and if they do, I believe that this is going to answer way too many questions for those kids to be able to deny that he did this. S.A. Harris and agents are concerned about Barry's end-of-life planning steps, to include selling off assets and his statement of not being around anymore and his weight loss. S.A. Grusing added that Barry's behavior with Shoshana, to include pictures of them taken at Antler Hotel, appears concerning. Barry said, well, I tell you right now that she is a special person in my life, and I've told you before, she's a dear friend. There's nothing going on with her and I. Barry continued, and this is the girl, is it not, that went into the house after broke in, basically. I don't know what she took, but we talked about her in one of the previous lives we've done. We talked a little bit about her, and I think it was might have been the first one, actually. Barry said, by meeting Shoshana, God answered his prayer of, please give me something. When is this? First time I ever saw her face. Didn't meet until October 25th. 5 months after she went missing. Barry said, meeting Shoshana, God answered his prayers. Okay, he continued. My daughters know about Shoshana. They know we're friends. They know I go over there, and yeah, I've been there late at night, but we're talking, and we're just helping each other. And that's it. Bull! I say bullshite. S.A. Grusing addressed the end of life planning again, and Barry said, no, I'll be honest with you guys, and I've shared this with you. This thing has been, I'm a tough guy. This has been painful to me, and just being done with it. I've definitely thought about it. I could never worry about that. I know that selling of the assets is just for me to get out of there. I'm getting out of there. S.A. Grusing discussed the goal of agents to complete the audit with gaps that exist and intentions to complete the investigation through the best means possible. Barry asked, and you assured me that if we get UI or whatever for you guys, you'll clear me. S.A. Greasing, Greasing. S.A. Grusing agreed that Barry continued, I just need to move on from this to start healing. Well, if you're doing this 5 months after, buddy, you're nowhere near normal. Discussion of Exhibit 1. S.A. Grusing introduced the first page containing a photo of the surroundings of Barry house entitled Sheila's Visit 2019. When he asked what was going on, Barry laughed and stated, and I told Suzanne this, and I don't know what she told Sheila, but I was in Arizona hunting, and I'd been camping for 7 days. Smelled like crap, looked like crap. I thought they were out in town eating, and I just wanted to make sure they weren't in the house. And I just wanted to get in there and take a shower, and I looked, and it didn't seem like anybody was there. I just went back, and I went up on the hill and looked. I didn't see anything, and they were in there, and I guess they called Cushman's, and then Pete comes flying out with a pistol. What? Barry continued. I smelled like freaking crap, looked like crap, and he wanted to see if they were in the house. S.A. Harris asked if Barry pulled his vehicle into the driveway. He said, no, I pulled into, Betty's drive over there in the cul-de-sac, as he pointed towards the top of the page. S.A. Grusing asked why he parked away from the house, and Barry said, I just wanted to see if they were there. This guy, like, what the hell does he truly expect people to believe all this BS? Unreal. S.A. Grusing asked why he parked. He also said he could shower somewhere if he needed to, but I hadn't seen my wife in 7 days. I'm going to shower. I didn't want Sheila to see me like this. That's all I was doing. Yeah, you weren't stalking her at all. No. You just needed to know if they were there so you could take a shower. Sneak in. Brutal. Barry replied, no, I knew Sheila was there. When S.A. Grusing repeated, you knew Sheila was there, he said, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Discussion of Exhibit 2. S.A. Grusing told Barry that the agent Derek Graham previously reviewed with him some of the items on a list made by Suzanne. Last backed up on May 8th. Barry was asked if Suzanne ever went through the list with Barry. He said no, but there's things that she would throw at me and when she was accusing me of doing something. So if you want to go through that, S.A. Grusing and agents would like to discuss a few items, but not the entire list. Barry was shown the line, can't be healthy and stay in a relationship, and asked if she told him that, to which Barry replied, not. So S.A. Harris told Barry about the recording from the pen when Suzanne said Barry controlled what she could eat or wear, and Barry interjected, but I've never done that. I've never controlled her like that. He added, there was one time where we did get into a fight where she said, my cancer came back because of you. The stress that you're putting on me, and she did blame that on me during an argument. S.A. Grusin asked if that argument occurred here or Indiana. Barry replied, I believe it was here. Yeah. When asked how he responded to her, Barry said, like, there's just how can you say that? He added, huh? How can you say these things about me if SH question mark? I never noticed it till now. Now she's got a boyfriend. Well, yeah, she's going to try everything she can do to get friction between us. S.A. Grusing cited the May 6 text from Suzanne, the marriage was over. And Barry responded that he loves her and was trying to control his hurt heart. S.A. Grusing described Suzanne wounding him deeply and him trying to move forward. Barry said, yeah, the wound is her falsely accusing me. And I just never understood how to handle that. I can't prove anything to her, but you would think after 32 years, all this dedication and love, that she would trust me and that I'm not going to lie to her about it. Well, why would she think this way? It's not something that a woman or a man just starts thinking. There's these little signs and little movements and sneaking away and all of these different signs. When it's happening, we know. Do we want to admit it? Not always, but we usually know. So let's see here. Barry stated, and if I did have a woman, and if I wanted to get it off my chest and get counseling and get moving forward, that I probably do that with her because I loved her. If I made a mistake, it was a mistake. Barry added, but I didn't, and I just couldn't get it in her head. S.A. Grusing interjected to point that the knew I was looking at phone in bonus line from Suzanne's grievance list and asked Barry about that. He stated she thought I had cameras in the deer's eyes of my mounts. She thought there were cameras in there, and I threatened to rip them out and prove it. I didn't want to tear my deer mounts up, but S.A. Grusing interjected to ask if Susan talked to Barry about him seeing her on her phone. Barry said, yeah, I've never seen anything on her phone that would just divulge what she was doing. Never. S.A. Grusing asked about the May 6 texts when Barry told Suzanne, I'm sorry that things went the way they did. He responded, the argument. He continued, and I said this all the time to myself, Barry, you need to just. You do not need to get fired up and show her love. Yeah, that would be a good way to do it. Just show her some love, some respect. Barry stated, so with Suzanne, that's why I was saying through this thing. I'm like, Barry, you gotta love her. Just show her love. Don't let her get fired up and get into an argument. S.A. Grusing reviewed the Wednesday morning text with Suzanne and Barry's responses. Then asked if the argument happened before we went to work. Barry said, no, I think it was during work. I was actually on the Bobcat working. Texting her while and now I didn't understand it that morning, but I do now. I mean, she was trying to make me do something or make me leave her or something because of this guy. S.A. Grusing asked what Suzanne said that morning, and Barry asked via text. He sighed and said Suzanne was accusing him of being with a woman. S.A. Grusing asked Barry, since Suzanne had a boyfriend for over 2 years at this point, why she would care if he had a girlfriend. He said, the only thing I can think of is because she would justify her thing to the girls. S.A. Grusing mentioned divorce, and Barry said, yeah, it would justify her divorcing if that's what she wanted. I mean, or it would just justify her having an affair if she thought in her mind, which there was some times where I truly believed that she really thought that. And I thought that her mind just went crazy at that place. But now that I've found all this stuff out, I'm thinking she did it purposely to try and manipulate the situation with her family. S.A. Harris said Suzanne thought Barry was having an affair at one point. Barry was asked what her distant unlovingness from this text to Susan meant to him. Barry stated, just being cold towards me. I mean, I didn't understand it at the time, but now if she was in love with someone else and didn't want me, it makes perfect sense now. She said she was just being distant. S.A. Harris asked if he felt that for a while. Barry responded, talking about Valentine's Day in Florida being amazing. And looking back, she'd talk to this guy and she'd get a different face on and then be cold. And then she would come to her senses. Oh, Barry, Barry, Barry. He continued, I just blamed it on her cancer. She's been fighting this in her mind since we left Indiana because that's when she was diagnosed. So I didn't want to ruffle any feathers during her treatment, but it was hard for me to just show her love and take care of her during this time, not to get my feelings hurt. She was cold, and when she did something, drank or substances. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he bought a VPN on Redacted's credit card. Reference Susan's note, bought VPN using Redacted's name card, question mark. Barry said no. If I did, it was an accident. And I think I told you this, and I think I told, and I don't even know what this is about. I think I told Redacted and Mom that I was trying. Somebody, I think, called me about the fraud and said, you need to protect yourself. And if that's what you're talking about. What? S.A. Grusing said the purchase was in February 2020, and Barry said, yeah, if that was it. I thought I was buying fraud protection, and I didn't know what I was buying. But obviously, if my memory recalls what I was buying right, I think Suzanne thought I was doing something, secretly, which I wasn't. S.A. Grusing asked about Suzanne's notes. Bedroom profession about marrying, having babies in reference to someone else. Barry laughed and said, no, we was having sex one time and I asked her and I said it to her. I just said it was just a heat of the moment of sex frenzy. I'd say it directly to her. I said, I want to marry you and have babies. And she thought I was talking to my hand. This woman's that in my hand in a chip. What? She thought I was talking to my hand. This woman that's in my hand in a chip. S.A. Grusing addressed Suzanne's complaints regarding security cameras, asking Barry if he removed the DVR or recording device for, for the home system, and wires seemed disconnected. Barry said, I don't remember, and I would almost bet $100,000 that she took them out. They never worked. Uh, when we got there, they did for a little bit, and I hired a company to come, and I don't know if they didn't work because of her sabotaging them or what, but I could care less about them, so it didn't matter. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he could use his phone to see the camera footage. He said, well, that's what I do with my door security. I just got the alarm set, so if somebody comes in, they think the cops are coming, but it's not hooked directly to the company. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he synced the cameras from his house to his phone. Barry answered, I don't think I could ever get him. And I thought it was because, bad reception, the cell service in the mountains. So after everything happened, I could do that. But I couldn't always get him on my phone because of the cell service, but sometimes I could. S.A. Grusing asked, sometimes you could. S.A. Grusing and S.A. Harris asked Barry what wireless service he used to send the signal from cameras to his phone. Barry said, I didn't know if it, happened through HUEURMANN, was our internet provider. I didn't know. I just know that when he, the new guy, put the new ones in, he showed me the app. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he could get the camera feeds sporadically. Barry said, yeah, I could never open them when I just wanted to. It just seemed like sometimes they would open, sometimes. S.A. Grusing interjected, asking Barry what app he used. Barry replied, Luna, I think. Yeah, Luna. This guy, he's kind of like smart as a stick. Barry stated, under my best recollection, all the cameras were in my safe because I never used cameras in hunting season. Once in a while, I'd put one on the driveway just to see a car coming in and out, but S.A. Grusing said agents tried to find Barry chasing the chipmunks on the cameras recovered and could not. He said, well, I don't think any cameras were there. They were in the safe, he added. Everything was in the safe. They took everything from the safe. S.A. Grusing asked Barry how he knew the chipmunk was outside to chase. He said, they were always bored. That's just what to do. I mean, I've shot 85 chipmunks at my house. What a big hunter this guy is. When I'm bored, I shoot chipmunks. Wow. Big hunter man. S.A. Grusing said right and asked if the chipmunk gun was in the car truck with him, and he said he did not remember. Of course he did not. S.A. Grusing noted from the evidence it appeared Barry made it from the garage to the porch in 7 seconds. Asked Barry if he remembered where the gun was. Barry stated, I don't recall. It could have been in the truck. It might have been. I don't recall. S.A. Grusing asked if the scope was mounted on the gun at the time, and Barry said, yeah, nodding his head. S.A. Grusing asked Barry what he did with the chipmunk after he deleted it. And he said he either threw it up one hill where the crows and them get them or down by the river. S.A. Grusing asked Barry about Suzanne's statement, just wrestled free. And Barry said, I've never constricted her with my arms. Never. He added, and if we were ever in an argument, I would push up against her maybe, but then she would maybe slip around me. But I never grabbed her and constricted her. And all I told you the one incident where I struck her, but that was the only time in my entire life where I ever did anything. So if she's saying there was anything physical beside that, it's absolutely 100% not true. Barry was asked about redacted sheets being in a free for all statement by him being related to a trank dart being used. Barry asked in the house. S.A. Grusing said it was unknown if it was used in the house, then asked if it was related to the sheets on the bed. Barry said absolutely not. I told you that what I do is I will open the back door and I trank a deer in the backyard that's sitting there eating my grass. And if there's a trank dart anywhere, it's from one of those. S.A. Grusing said the evidence of the trank dart was found inside the house. Barry replied, yeah. Or I've shot deer from that little breezeway from between the garage and the laundry room out back. S.A. Grusing asked about the back door, and Barry said the back door is out the kitchen window where the bird bath is. Yeah. If there was a trank dart out there or outside of the house, it's from me shooting deer. So, discussion of Exhibit 3. S.A. Grusing showed Barry an exhibit labeled 12 consecutive calls May 9th and explained that investigators thought Suzanne may have disappeared Friday night until seeing the text between her and her boyfriend. Barry was told Suzanne's thinking at this point in the marriage was summed up in the May 6th text and opposed to Barry's assertions. S.A. Grusing said from 2:47 p.m. on Saturday forward, she had not responded to her boyfriend. Barry said, that's because we were together and we had a talk about having a good evening together and putting phones down. S.A. Harris explained how investigators looked at evidence and statements, considering people's biases versus the lack of bias from evidentiary items like cell phones, telematics. When things don't add up, investigators consider the bias component. S.A. Grusing told Barry that investigators want the truth from him, even if it does not look good for him. He said, affirmative. Barry was told that he, like many others in his position in similar investigations, is hesitant to talk about Saturday afternoon because he thinks agents would rush to judgment and say he did this. S.A. Grusing said Suzanne's phone was either taken or shut off, not under her control on Saturday. Barry said, well, that didn't happen. I didn't take her phone that day. I don't know. I didn't know she was communicating with somebody, but we did discuss having a good evening together and turning phones off. And I put mine in airplane mode instead of turning mine. I don't remember what I did. S.A. Grusing asked Barry who took his phone out of airplane mode at 10:17 p.m. Barry asked that night. S.A. Grusing confirmed that night. Barry said, or she did. S.A. Grusing asked, she brought yours out of airplane mode? Barry said, yeah. S.A. Grusing said that would be odd because Suzanne's phone had no activity. Barry replied, yeah, I'm not. I just I don't recall taking it out of airplane mode. He is such a Forrest Gump. Jazz. Like, she was married to Forrest Gump. I'm sure of it. Jazzy. What have I done here? Give me a second, guys. There we go. Well, you're good, my Jazz. You're good, Lizzie. So let's see here. Barry stood up and walked towards a cell phone that was charging. The phone rang about 5 minutes previously. He said, let me make sure that's not my work calling. So, discussion of Exhibit 4. But he wasn't saying, maybe it's my wife. Really? So, discussion of Exhibit 4. So, remembering, I don't know, we've got like 30 pages left, or if we go by that, yeah, we got 30 pages left. So, I'm wondering if it's going to continue to go through exhibits. They said it wasn't going to be all of them. We did look at the exhibits a few days ago. So if anybody has not been watching this, if you look up in the Suzanne Morphew tab, you will find all of the past lives that we have done. We do go through exhibits in one of them. Okay. Let's see here. Hydrating. Give my tongue a rest. It's like sticking to the top of my mouth again. Agreed. Totally agree. There's no way that you accidentally put your phone in AP mode instead of shutting it off and don't know. Yeah, there goes my eyeballs. Of alcohol? It's the Kool-Aid. Stewie from the Family Guy. Do you believe or did Barry at Martin? Yeah, don't drink Barry's Kool-Aid. Yeah, he's guilty AF, friends, is in my personal opinion. Okay, this has been 2 hours. Are you guys still good to go? I'll continue, but we can either finish now and we do something later, or we can finish with this and I'll look at another case for later this evening or for tomorrow. His own words say as much, I swear. He's like being front and center, likes thinking he has gotten away with it so far. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting there, Martin. Keep going. 30 pages. Thank you. I'm going to take like 2 seconds and go get some more liquid. I'm good, but if you need to rest, it's a good stopping point. Well, I'll keep going for a little while and see how it goes. Yeah, we're so close, right? Yeah, the exhibits were pretty cool. There was a lot of interesting things in that particular live. So give me 2 seconds. I'll put it on mute and I'm just going to go get a liquid. I'll be 2 seconds. Okay. So let's see here. It is just turning basically your phone off. Nothing comes through, the best I know. And yeah, I think they're to keep everything. I think it just basically hides location, and I don't know. I'm sure someone's got a way better description. Okay, I'll keep going now. Only travelers and people disappear. Use it, Shauna. You can mound up everything that is guilty of lies. They will not accept the true story. Sorry, puff, puff, pass. Yeah, just a coffee break for a second here. Is that what it is? You can still make calls, but it's not traced. Is that right? Does it cut off your Wi-Fi? I'm glad they waited to pursue charges until she was found. The case was not solid. I'm the same. I'm pretty happy to see that they left it alone. And I'm really, really hoping that there's something. Yeah, it's coffee break. Okay. Kind of puts your phone on hold without turning it off totally. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what you're exactly, Dandy. You know me, friend. Lunch burrito. So yeah, we'll work at this a little bit more. We'll see. We're getting close, so yeah, it's whatever would screw up on an airline flight. That's kind of the way. That's what I thought. Turn off your phones. Make sure everybody's got their phones off. Why are you crying? Don't cry, Bedelia. Okay. Catch your treat. You got it, did you, Tracy? Cuts off the signal to the device. Good call. I didn't separate my screens, so I'm not seeing what you guys are talking about unless I jump over. Usually I break my computer into two separate screens so I can see what's happening on YouTube as well as this. So I can be streaming and then look over and be part of the conversation. But it was acting up this morning, so I just did this for this time. Okay. Yes, she does. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's fun. It's so fun. Okay. I think I'm ready. Let's get back at it. Yeah, where are we? Okay. Discussion of Exhibit 4. every page we read, guys, like it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. He pretty much convicts his own self by thinking that he's so brilliant and has got away with this, and you'll never find anything. And then him running her down. Oh yeah, she had to be drinking her on substances, because, and the girls didn't know any of this. They didn't know. I mean, they're young adults and they didn't notice their mother was either a space cadet or drunk. Good Lord. Maybe, some people are different. Maybe she was on some kind of anxiety medication or something because she was married to that. Okay, here we go, friends. So, S.A. Grusing turned the communications between Suzanne and her boyfriend, Fred. Barry was shown this photo of Suzanne dated April 4th, 2020, and asked if he thought she looked high. He said, yeah. S.A. Grusing clarified, she looks intoxicated to you? Barry stated, yes. Do you mind if I read? She was so pretty. Barry asked, is this him or her? Agents explained the message and photos were Suzanne's side of the texting to her boyfriend. After reading a few pages, Barry said, yeah, she looks intoxicated on every picture I've seen so far. S.A. Grusing pointed to a photo of Suzanne wearing a red shirt on April 18th, 2020, and asked, that one? Barry said, yep. After continuing to read through the text, Barry said, she's saying she's wearing, he was referencing the April 21st, 2020 photo of Susan wearing a yellow and white shirt with a text, thanks, baby. I wear it for you. Barry stopped reading, sat down, and agents asked if he had thoughts. He said, that's pretty hurtful. So, discussion of Exhibit 5. Barry was shown photos of papers for the Broomfield wall, and S.A. Harris explained the photo was from a bathroom drawer. Barry said, yeah, that's probably my side of the bathroom. S.A. Grusing asked if he came back from the site and put those in a drawer. Barry said, I had different copies. He asked, that was the original copy they gave me, like when we first was looking at the job. Alrighty, buddy. Discussion of Exhibit 6. S.A. Grusing showed Barry a photo of a 22 round in his bedroom, asking Barry if he knew where it was from. He said, no, I don't. He guessed it came from his pocket when Suzanne was folding laundry. Okay. He does. He's got like some kind of BS story for everything. This guy is, oh my word. Well, hello, Cocktail. Good to see you, friend. Oh, this man. He gives me brain cramps. Oh, she was beautiful, Shauna. So let's see here. S.A. Grusing showed Barry a photo of damage to the doorframe of their bedroom, explaining the prior owner said it was not there previously. Barry was asked if that was a result of an argument or him being locked out. He said, I have no idea what that's from. When asked if he knew it was there, Barry replied, no. Smart as mud. S.A. Grusing showed Barry a page showing friend requests on Suzanne's Facebook on Friday, May 10th, and asking him if he was responsible. Barry said no. He added, I never did anything on her Facebook. I call BS there, buddy. Well, no buddy of mine. BS. S.A. Grusing said by the date in May, Suzanne had the text fight with him, and they were accusing each other of having girlfriend or boyfriend. Barry asked if he was sending the request to see if she had a boyfriend. He said, absolutely 100% no. No, I absolutely did not. I never went into her phone, into her Facebook, ever. The only time I touched her phone was in Mexico when I thought she was secretly doing something. And I think I told you that story. And she said, here, do you hear Jazzy? She's like playing a violin. She's playing the violin for Barry. Oh, very photogenic. Are you playing the violin? That's good of you. Yeah, everybody. Beautiful, beautiful people. She was aging magnificently, which is why I find it even harder to believe she was intoxicated all the time. It wears on you, in my opinion. Oh, I agree 1000%. Yeah, she's playing the violin. She wants a treat, and this is how she does it. Or if I'm laying down and my eyes are closed, she will stand all the way over me, and her nose is like totally vertical. I look up and I wake up, and that's what I see. I just fall out of bed pretty much. I know. I know. She must be working. Jeez, skabibble. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so Barry continued, and I went to Snapchat, and I looked through all of her Snapchat people, and I looked through all of the text people, and I didn't see anything. I gave it back to her. I would lose my crap if hubby did that to me. Like, are you kidding me? Unreal. S.A. Grusing asked Barry about Suzanne's list. Chased me around the resort and threatened. So remember, he has totally chased her around another building, like, I think, the house. Of course, we all know everything's alleged just to keep the YouTube gods and everybody happy. Everything is my own opinion, and I recommend doing your own research. Okay. Yeah, he has chased her. I remember seeing that a little earlier, where he had literally chased her around this resort because he wanted her phone. Like, are you kidding me? Barry replied, yeah, that's the S, whatever he was going to say. I don't remember chasing her, but I maybe walked behind her. Wouldn't chase through a resort, but I was wanting her phone, and that's when I got it. S.A. Grusing returned to the Bobby Huff and Facebook requests, confirming it was not Barry, and he said, no, absolutely not. Barry continued, if you look at my Facebook account, you'll see that I've never communicated with anybody. Maybe a high school friend here and there, but never any of these women. I don't know. Never had communication, and she was bothered by that. And I said, if you want me to cancel it, I'll just cancel it. And I ended up just canceling it. It wasn't worth me having to fight with my wife about it. And we've talked about Facebook before because we had friends, marriages blow apart because of Facebook. contact with an old boyfriend. And I said, I just don't think that's good for us even to have. So obviously, look what happened. Yeah, and now it's Facebook's fault. Good God. So Barry continued. She had it, contacted somebody, and here it is. S.A. Harris said Barry, if he had any thoughts now on why she did those friends requests. Barry said, I just, because she would probably know that I would get upset if she would friend men. And she's probably, from what everything we've talked about, in a state of mind where she just don't care anymore about what I think. S.A. Grusing asked if, hey, don't start, asked if Suzanne would know Barry would see it, and he said, probably not. S.A. Grusing questioned why she would do it to upset Barry if she did not think he would see it. Barry said, I don't. I think she just knew I didn't touch her phone. I mean, maybe she thought I did, but oh, Barry. Oh, Barry. S.A. Grusing said it seemed like, oh, my word, Jasmine. I'm sorry, guys. Ah! Okay, I just told her off. That'll fix everything. Behave. Okay. S.A. Grusing said Barry told agents prior that their phones were tied together through Apple and he had the main one. Barry interjected. Yeah, but she changed hers. She's got her own private. And obviously now I see why she did it. For this boy. Barry added, but yeah, she had her own Apple ID and password and stuff I knew nothing about. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he knew by now who Suzanne's boyfriend was, and he said, no, I'm still in the dark about that. S.A. Grusing asked if he cared at this point, and he said, well, I want to know. I'm afraid of doing something I regret. Not, good Lord, not, but I would not unalive this guy. But I'd want to see him, and I would probably hit him pretty hard in the nose. So, yeah, tell them that. That'll get you the name. So Redacted came home, and Barry asked to continue the interview at the fire station. So at 11 a.m., agents followed Barry inside the station while he spoke on the phone. While being seated, Barry said he was working on a project at the river property. S.A. Grusing said investigators are trying to determine if anyone independent of Barry could provide a last proof of life of Suzanne. He asked, what about the two people that saw her Saturday? He added, I just heard there were two people. S.A. Grusing interrupted, saying those leads had been covered. S.A. Grusing told Barry that after 2:44 p.m. on Saturday, no other person beside Barry could say Susan was still alive. Barry was asked if he could try working backwards through the events from Sunday morning to Saturday morning or to Saturday afternoon to see if more leads could be developed. S.A. Grusing asked if the last thing Barry remembered about Suzanne was hearing her breathing. Oh, that's right, in the morning. That's right. Barry said, no. Last thing I heard her do was snoring, he added, lightly snoring. And S.A. Grusing asked if she was in bed. Barry said yes. S.A. Grusing asked where Barry was when he heard her. He said, I'm going from the bathroom to the kitchen just because I get ready in the bathroom. Looks really happy to be there, doesn't he? Barry was asked the last time he saw or heard Suzanne prior to that. And he said, just probably before we went to sleep and after we had sex, of course, Barry. S.A. Grusing asked, what happened before that? And Barry said, before that, we had dinner. When asked where at, he said, at the bar. Barry was asked what she ate. And he, listen to this detail now. What she ate, Barry said, I don't recall. S.A. Grusing asked before that. Barry said before that, I think, it had to be when I got home from doing my bobcat with the crib and she was outside laying in the sun. He added, I think I sat out there with her, but I don't know if that's when I did the chipmunks. when hmm, when the did, is that what they're okay? When did the chipmunks before I went to crib? I don't recall, blah, 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 it says. S.A. Grusing said because of Barry's phone activity, the chipmunks would have occurred after the crib trip. Barry said, okay. Then the chipmunks, she was laying out. I was looking. I probably went to sit with her while she was laying out, seen a chipmunk, got my weapon, and got that chipmunk. I wonder if he mounts them. Do you think? Do you think he goes to like a taxidermist and gets those things mounted? I don't know. Okay. S.A. Grusing asked Barry to work forward from the chipmunk, and Barry said, I truly don't recall. S.A. Grusing told Barry that on Saturday at 11 a.m., he told Morgan Gentile he was planning to take a hike or a bike ride with Suzanne, but now he was unsure if it was his Foose's hike day. Barry stated, I've not recalled that day. It could have been Saturday, but I just don't recall. He added, but I don't know. It was probably within that 3-day period. I do remember that much, but it could have been Saturday. It could have been Friday. I just don't recall. Wow. So, discussion of Exhibit 8. S.A. Grusing showed Barry a photo of Google Earth image around his house and results of the telematics of his truck. Boom! From 2:47 until 9:25 p.m. on that Saturday. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he was preparing for his Broomfield trip. Barry said, yeah, just something, packing clothes and tools and stuff. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he wanted to review the time on the sheets, explaining he did not have much time to cook the steak when his doors were opening and closing. Barry looked at the sheet and said, and I was grilling steak outside and probably doing things in my truck at the same time. I can assure you we grilled steaks. Barry added, I mean, you should have seen the dishes. They did. Did they see the dishes? S.A. Grusing said Agent Graham found one set of dishes was used. Barry said, we shared the same plate. And again, last time he said he washed his plate and put it away. While Barry was reviewing the telematics times, S.A. Grusing asked, "So you were guessing SEX happened what? Do you know when?" Barry stated, "I know it was after the stakes and before I went to sleep." S.A. Grusing asked if there was a gap, possibly an hour or two in between. Barry said, "I don't remember. I can't recall." S.A. Grusing said agents were trying to fill in, and Barry interjected with, "I want to help you guys. I help you guys get this clarified. For your sake and for my sake, I to this day don't even remember taking my bobcat to town to crib to do that Saturday. I don't know why that is gone from my memory. I just don't recall." He added, "And I told Derek and Joe that same thing. I said, because they were beating me up on the time frame, and I'm like, I don't recall. I don't recall. And I know that I went through a lot of trauma before those questions, emotionally and mentally, and maybe that was it. You know, I got a pretty good memory." Well, I'm no. No, you don't. S.A. Grusing asked Barry when that last time he saw Susan was that night. When the last time he saw Susan was that night, since he only heard her snoring Sunday morning. He replied, "I would say between 8 and 9. I'm guessing." S.A. Grusing asked if she wanted to if she went to bed with no clothes or with pajamas and stayed. Barry stated, "No, she never sleeps." She never sleeps in the nude. I don't. Oh, this man. Oh my God. Like, I mean, he's just like a really bad criminal. So, of course, S.A. Grusing asked Barry when the last time he saw her, and he answered, "Probably during SEX." He added, "Because like most men, I probably fell asleep pretty soon after that." So S.A. Grusing, sorry, asked Barry, and okay. So S.A. Grusing said that from the truck activity, SEX must have happened after 9:25 p.m. Barry said, "And it could have been depending on the light of day." It was May, so it's still, I mean, right now I see it's getting lighter and lighter, so I'm kind of basing it off the light instead of clocks. S.A. Grusing asked if Suzanne seemed out of the normal regarding their SEX that night, considering the affair and flights that week. Barry said, "No, no, I've never had a feeling that anything was different in our SEX life. Never." S.A. Grusing referenced Barry's phone function of airplane mode being on at 2:47 p.m. and off at 10:17 p.m. Barry stated, and see, I don't recall that, he says. And I think I told you that I don't recall that. And I'm wondering if that could have been her. Her again. Now we're back to her again. S.A. Grusing told Barry his phone was back in airplane mode at 4:32 a.m. Sunday morning, asking if he noticed that and noted Suzanne was not awake. I just don't recall. I just don't recall. I need hydrating. Okay. Barry shook his head, of course, and said, I don't recall. He added, yeah, I don't recall any of the airplane mode thing. He continued, not saying that I didn't, I could have, because we always talk about when we're going to have an SEX night. Oh my God. Oh, this man. Okay, so let's get past that. S.A. Grusing asked about 4:32 a.m. airplane mode function while Barry was preparing to leave to Broomfield. Barry stated, I don't know. That could have been in the shower, and she could have gotten up, turned it back on if she had turned it off. Oh my God, you guys. Easily could have done that because my phone is not with me in the shower. So I can't think of one reasonable reason why she would actually do that. One reason. I can't even come up with one. He does. He just expects whatever he says people to believe. I think that's just the way it is. If I've said it, it must be the truth. So, discussion of Exhibit 10. Just looks so happy in all these pictures, eh? S.A. Grusing asked Barry to review a series of 20 photos of him walking, boom, to the McDonald's trash can. First few photos depicted him carrying small item in his hand. Barry said, I know that I had a bunch of crap in my truck from cleaning off my workbench. And I do know that one of them was an old pair of boots that was ripped and other stuff. I just don't. S.A. Grusing said Barry had a small item in his hand and used one arm to push it down, then both to push it down further. Barry, then both to push it down further, down as Barry was showing the photos. Barry said, yeah. Then the trash was heaping on the top. That's why. Just sitting there. S.A. Grusing asked if the photos help recall what the item was. He said, no. I mean, it was just probably trash. S.A. Grusing showed Barry he pushed the trash to the extent his shoulder was in the trash can. Barry said, yeah, I don't even recall. S.A. Grusing said Barry returned to the truck, grabbed another item, and walked it back to the trash can. Barry said, yeah. Barry was told anything he could remember helps the investigation, and these appeared to be two small items he disposed. Barry said, yeah, I couldn't tell you what it was. Okay, description of Exhibit 12. S.A. Harris reviewed Barry's left arm. S.A. Harris reviewed Barry's left turn from 225 to see the bull elk on Sunday morning, looking for the future shed, asking if he had to go up an elevation. Barry said, no, I was just seeing their route. I just wanted to know because they usually take the same route. So if a herd of elk is going to go across the road at a certain point and go up there, then that's where I'm going to go look for their sheds. S.A. Grusing asked if Barry saw them and continued to look for their routes as he went along. He said, no, I just wanted to see their direction because Colorado Trail is right off that parking lot and it's pretty flat all the way through there. It doesn't start going up till you get to the railroad tracks. So you can pick him and see him through the trees wherever they're where they're going. He stumbles all the time. I have to reread some of this stuff because my head isn't even making sense of his sentence. Barry was asked if he was in a rush to get to Bloomfield, and the elk distracted him. He said there was no rush to get there. I'm just an early riser and an early go-getter. And usually, if an animal gets my interest, I'm going to take advantage of it. That's it. But I went down, I watched where they went, turned around, went straight to Broomfield. Agents showed Barry the photo of a SG-11 mini DV operating manual for a camera, which S.A. Harris explained was recovered in the bathroom drawer. Oh? Barry said, yeah, and I never used it. I bought it because I thought I would use it as a game camera. A little thing, and it was cheap. And my game cameras, S.A. Grusing interrupted and said the camera was not found in the search of the house. Barry stated, I don't even know what happened to it. I know that I bought it, and it was tiny. I think as soon as I got it, I tried to get it working, couldn't, thought it was junk, and got ripped off. S.A. Grusing asked when he bought the camera compared to when Suzanne went missing. Barry replied, I don't recall. S.A. Harris said the manual was found at the top of the items in the drawer. S.A. Grusing asked Barry to confirm he did not get it to work. Barry said, yeah, I tried to get it working and I couldn't. I just thought. S.A. Grusing asked if he tried to mount it outside like a game camera. Barry said, no, never. I couldn't get it working. Alrighty. So, discussion of Exhibit 14. S.A. Harris reviewed photos of the safe in Barry's garage with items piled in front of the safe to address his concern that Suzanne took money from it. S.A. Grusing showed Barry a photo of the contents of the bottom safe, knowing that the scope looked like a scope mounted on a chipmunk gun. Looked like the scope mounted on the chipmunk gun. So Barry looked at the photo and said, yeah, it does. He added, I could have mounted that after the fact. S.A. Grusing said, that's why agents asked him earlier about the scope being on the weapon, clarifying he could have mounted after the fact. Barry shook his head and said, yeah, I just don't recall. S.A. Grusing told Barry the serial matches the one on the squirrel gun. Yeah. Discussion of Exhibit 17. S.A. Harris showed Barry photos of Suzanne's wallet, cash, driver's license, hydration packet, medication, and other items recovered from her Range Rover. S.A. Grusing said, considering the evidence, it does not appear Suzanne chose to disappear. Barry said, I've never thought that. Discussion of Exhibit 18. S.A. Grusing showed Barry photos of a binder recovered in the search of his truck, the documents inside which appeared to be mail. Barry was told no documents from EA Outdoors for the Broomfield site were recovered. And S.A. Harris said Barry previously told agents he was studying documents for his job in Broomfield. S.A. Grusing asked if he threw the job documents away. What? What the hell? So Barry replied, "No, I left them there for the workers." Okay. S.A. Grusing asked if he left the documents at the hotel room, and he said, "Yeah, I should have." S.A. Grusing asked if Barry told Morgan he was leaving the papers, and he said, I don't know. Everything was so crazy that day. So Exhibit 19 discussion. Barry was shown photos of the dart boxes recovered from the search and added if he recalled what all areas around the house he fired them. He replied, no, I don't. I know I have fired from the breezeway before, and I fired them from the garage at deer that were making it up on the hill behind the rock wall. Barry was asked if he ever missed a shot, and he said, a deer? Oh, no. He continued, no, I used to raise deer. I've shot hundreds. Oh, boy. Good Lord, buddy. No buddy of mine. Barry said only if it was open in the door in the breezeway, but not inside the house. S.A. Grusing asked Barry how he wakes up a deer when it's out. He said, yeah, you got to reverse it. He continued, just give it a shot, chemical. Barry asked if he had that chemical at the house. He said, I don't know if I had any left or not. I don't recall. Barry was asked the name of the chemical, but he could not recall it. Oh my God, this man. He said he could make a phone call and added, I don't recall having any left. Barry said they are fired like a bullet, but when they ask if they have an expiration date, he said they do have one. So we're at discussion of Exhibit 20 of 90. Barry was shown photos of the interior of his truck with tools, trash, and disorder when it was photographed by law enforcement. He said nothing looked out of place. When asked what was in the backpack, he said clothes, just clothes for staying overnight. Discussion of Exhibit 23. Barry was shown the photos of an undressed woman in an encounter dating sites recovered from his cell phone. He said he had never had dating websites, and the images and websites recovered must have been from pop-up ads when he was reviewing stuff. Agents agreed such images, dating sites could have come from Barry viewing that on his phone. Okay, hydration, guys. Oh my. Ole. He is like amazing. Yeah, I mean, I don't recall. No, I don't recall. When asked about any searches for meeting girls, Barry said, well, you can obviously see that I never looked for a girl on my phone or online. I mean, there's nobody out there. So, I mean, if there was, you guys could, if anybody could, you guys could. S.A. Grusing discussed redacted texting and said his girls and Suzanne shared things he did not know about. Barry said, me and my daughters are pretty close. I mean, if there's bits and pieces there, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But if it's a long conversation about, I guarantee you my daughters had no idea about the affair. S.A. Grusing asked if the daughters still did not know, as someone walked into the room and Barry stood up. Agents followed him outside and spoke by his truck. Barry said, oh, you asked me if they knew about the affair. I did tell them. What up? Yeah. Barry was asked how that went. He said, "Not very good." Why the hell would you even do that? Give me one good reason, except being a narcissist. Narcissistic, PRICK. Oh my God, POF, and a whole bunch of other alphabetical, combinations. Holy this man. So why would you do that? Barry was asked if he told them both at the same time, and he said, "Yep." I just sat him down and said, "Girls, I don't ever want to keep anything from you, and I don't want you to think bad about your mother. But, I think it's important for you to know." And I told them, and they cried hard. They got angry, but I think it was the right thing to do. Of course you do, you narcissistic dog. Barry said, "Yeah, well, I got to get back." S.A. Grusing said the last item was Barry texting to Suzanne from July to October 2020. He was asked why he was texting her. Barry said, it was just an outlet for me to try and deal with my pain." Barry was asked if he was texting her message content, and he said, "I text if she could see it. I was texting as if she could read it. And I knew deep down in my heart that she's probably wasn't reading them, but it just gave me comfort that I was talking to her." Barry said, "I'll look into it. I can tell you right now what everyone was I love you. I miss you. I'm not going to stop looking for you. Just things like that to make me feel better." Yeah. Barry added, "And I just assumed that you guys had the phone. Um, but I thought if there was a chance, if she had it and could see something, but like I said, I mostly did it to make me feel better." S.A. Grusing said FBI would search with law enforcement for the phone and for Suzanne, asking Barry where he thinks we should concentrate. Barry replied, "I would say the river. I mean, that makes the most sense to me than anything. I don't understand why somebody hasn't been out there before now when the river was low. I mean, heck, they spend 140 grand to dig up my job site, and there's no way she was at that it there's no way she was at." Okay. S.A. Grusing said the issue investigators have with the river is Suzanne's helmet being placed away from the bike, placed as possibly a diversion, indicative of foul play. Barry said, "Yeah, yeah." April 22nd, 2021. In this interview, FBI agents show Barry their audit results and discuss them, telling him in the end that Suzanne was not conscious Saturday evening, May 9th, or Sunday morning, May 10th, and Barry agreed with that. What? Agents showed Barry their audit results and discussed them, directly telling him the end that Suzanne was not conscious Saturday evening, May 9th, or Sunday morning, May 10th, and Barry agreed with them. Barry admitted to disposing of the tranquilizers. He confirmed his last encounter with Suzanne, hearing her light snore. He explained his location in the woods was in the woods around his house on May 9th, was looking for a turkey. And agreed the evidence in this case makes him look bad, but it is in God's hands. Agents told Barry that from his own words, when he says, "I don't recall," that means he's lying, because he answered almost all of the audit questions with, "I don't recall." approximately 10:45 a.m., S.A. Grusing and S.A. Harris met Barry at Franz Reservoir in Salida. At his request, Barry arrived driving his Bobcat, parked, and then greeted the agents and thanked them for meeting him. Barry stated that he was sorry. Yeah, I'm working right there. Sorry we couldn't get somewhere a little less windy. But I got a couple of workers over there, so hopefully we can move pretty quickly. S.A. Grusing told Barry that it was up to him how much he wanted to accomplish today. S.A. Grusing asked how Barry is doing, and he said it's been rough for he and Redacted with Susan's birthday on the 30th, and the 10th is coming up. S.A. Grusing explained that he and S.A. Harris have put an audit together that is sort of like an inspection, and the agents would like to show it to him, discuss some of the answers he has given, and determine where Barry is today. S.A. Grusing said that he would like to hand it to Barry and go through it with him. He agreed. S.A. Grusing directed Barry's attention to the second sentence and said that Barry has her husband the last. Okay, hold on. Barry's attention to the second sentence and said that Barry, as her husband, is the last person that saw her, and it seemed that May 9th was the last time Barry had seen her. May 10th is the last time he heard her breathing. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if that's correct, and he said yes. S.A. Grusing then mentioned the proof of life independent of Barry was when she was talking to her boyfriend when he came home. Barry was asked where the $30,000 from GoFundMe page for Suzanne went and whether it was used to pay for the Longhorn Ranch property. Here we go. I don't recall where money went. But like I said, if there is a lot of money, I paid George $4,000 because something stopped working. I paid a lot of things out with that money, but I don't recall what a lot of it was. This memory of his is just like the most convenient thing. Like holy. I wonder, does he ever figure out how ridiculous he sounds? Do you think the possibility is there? Okay, give me 2 seconds here. Oh, Frankie, come on. I think I got this. Like, he's just do you think it's because of his arrogance? He just, I think he's so arrogant, he thinks that everybody's going to believe everything that comes out of his mouth. So I don't recall where the money went. I paid George. Okay. S.A. Harris explained to Barry that agents want the fullest picture of when things are missing after behaving consistently. There's a question of what changed. S.A. Harris explained to Barry that Suzanne's phone behavior in one of these places, because Suzanne constantly sent good night or good morning messages to her boyfriend. You guys can probably hear me rearranging here. Okay, I think I'm done. Holy. S.A. Harris told Barry that looking at the evidence, it seems like something happened to Suzanne's phone, to Suzanne, or both, since she is not saying something to her boyfriend before she goes to bed. Barry nods his head in response and says, Yep. Yep, 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 yep. He's lost a lot of weight there. Huh. A little stressed. S.A. Grusin told Barry that for sure on Sunday morning, after Barry leaves, Suzanne would have been texting her boyfriend, so her phone is either gone or inoperable Sunday morning. Barry said, K. S.A. Grusing said that we have seen months of data from her phone. Barry said, and there's no evidence of anybody getting into my house after I left. S.A. Grusing said, that is correct. Barry said, none. Barry is silent for a moment and then turned towards S.A. Harris and said, okay, go ahead. S.A. Harris talked about how sometimes in marriage, spouses see things differently, but it appears clear to the investigators that Suzanne was taking steps to communicate to Barry that she was done with the marriage. S.A. Harris referenced the text she sent him to do it civilly, and also Suzanne saying that she forgot to say she would still do Barry's billing for him. Barry said, well, like I said, she never sat me down and said that to me ever. She has made comments via text, but she's never sat me down and said, Barry, I want a divorce. Never. So I can see through an investigator's eyes that they would look at something like that and say, well, yeah, if they were going to get a divorce, then Barry, might do something. But that was just not the case. I mean, absolutely not. S.A. Grusing asked Barry again about the statement that Suzanne's boyfriend told investigators, where he said that Barry either found out about their affair or she said she was leaving him, or both. And that's why Suzanne was not responding Saturday or Sunday. Barry pauses, shrugs his shoulders, and shakes his head from side to side, then said, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I would not, if she would tell me I loved her. I love her so much that if she would say, Barry, I'm not happy, I found love somewhere else, I would say, we don't need to get a blank. If this is what you want, I don't want to be with you if you don't love me. I love you, but I want you happy. I would have wrote her a check. Oh, nice big buck just jumped over the fence. It's rutting season. I would have wrote her a check for half and let her on her way. Oh, yeah, I am sure of that. Holy. Unreal. Unreal. Okay, I'm just kind of checking. Well, WTF Frankie. Up, up, up. Dandy? What? I don't understand that one. What was sent where? Nothing short of bizarre. Well said. How you doing, James? Food. More red flags than Chairman Mio birthday. Yeah, fiction writers. Well said, Carrie. Okay, so let's see here. So, S.A. Grusing asked what the check would have been back then. Barry said, well, I'd have to sell the house. Wouldn't have been much back then. I'm just saying we would sell the house, split everything. I wouldn't get a pay for a divorce lawyer or anything like that. I love her enough. I got a relationship with her. I'm a good-hearted guy. I want my girls to be protected. I would say, I don't agree with this. I love you. Here's your half. I'm sorry. It's got to be this way. That's the way I would handle it if ever came to that. But like I said, she's never sat me down and said, if she would have, knowing what I know now about her life, her second life that she was leading. All she had to do was be honest with me. I'm not going to like it. I'm not going to feel good, but I'm a God-fearing man. I love the Lord, and I think that she loves the Lord. Oh, this guy is so pathetic. Hydration. So he continued, I know that she she was in sin, and Satan can put blinders on anybody. So I know what this looks like on the outside, and I know what the people, and if they get wind of this affair, they're going to say, and it's going to look like to them. But they don't know me, and they don't know her, and they don't know how our relationship. Oh my word. Hey, Jazz. Hey, if you knew how special our relationship was from day one. Hey. And to when she fell into sin. Hey, Jazzy. S.A. Grusing interrupted Barry and said that he could see that Barry was trying to uphold his side of the relationship. Barry said she didn't believe that in her head, Johnny. I mean, I gave her everything since she was 17 years old, and I loved her better than anybody could. You know. So it doesn't make sense to me as to why she did what she did. S.A. Grusing went back to the first paragraph on the audit and told Barry that investigators still have from him the last time he saw Susan alive and asked Barry what time he would say. S.A. Grusing explained investigators are looking for last proof of life because we have a difference of her breathing and then Barry seeing her. Barry said, yeah. S.A. Grusing asked when Barry would say he last saw her alive. Barry said, well, I would say 5 o'clock in the morning. S.A. Grusing asked Barry what he saw. Barry says, I mean, I don't. I just see a lump there because the light from the bathroom, the light in the room's not on, but the bathroom right there lights up a little bit. S.A. Grusing said Barry asks Barry what he sees. Barry said, I don't specifically see anything, but I know from peripheral vision, walking in and out, that she's laying there. I just know she's laying there. I'm not saying I directly look at her, but I specifically 100%, no doubt in my mind, heard her snoring lightly when I left. S.A. Grusing clarifies that it's not all out snore, but a light snore. Barry said, "Yeah, I mean, she does it. I mean, she's done it her whole life, just not every night. But yeah, it happens." S.A. Grusing asks about detail. Barry said, "I would say 5 o'clock in the morning, thereabouts when I walked out." S.A. Grusing clarifies again. The last thing he hears is Suzanne, I'm sorry, lightly snoring. Barry said, "Yep." And there is no doubt 100% that she was in bed because, like, 100% that she was in bed because of that. Like I said, I don't specifically remember looking directly at her, but I remember the snoring 100%, no doubt in my mind. S.A. Grusing clarifies that Suzanne was not with him when he took the left turn to look at the bull elk. Barry said, no, absolutely not 100% no. S.A. Grusing asks if Barry had a helmet with him when he went to see the bull elk. Barry said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. S.A. Grusing explains that is the direction the helmet was found. Barry said, no, absolutely not. S.A. Grusing said that he has to ask those questions. Barry said, I understand. S.A. Harris asks Barry about the timing of when he left because he says 5. And he had looked at earlier times on the sheet. Yeah, that's right. He was shown, and that we are trying to make sense of the marks in time. Barry interrupted and said, I don't know. I don't know exactly what time. I just know it was around 5 o'clock, but I don't know exactly. Well, last time you said 4:30. So, figure it out, dude. So, S.A. Grusing asked Barry when he sees the lump, was it him seeing just covers or some of the covers with Suzanne? Barry said, like I said, I don't recall. Oh, you're good. You're good. I don't recall. Looking specifically at her, I just know she was there, maybe more from the noise than seeing her, but I know I saw her there. No doubt in my mind, 100%. She was laying right there when I left. S.A. Grusing tells Barry that investigators are still waiting for something like her Range Rover and that things like this don't end up. Sorry. S.A. Grusing tells Barry that investigators are still waiting for some things like her Range Rover and that things like this don't end and that we are waiting for snow to melt to look at a few places. S.A. Grusing asked Barry to call if he had anything else that comes to mind, and we will talk. Barry said, I just want, have I been cooperative with you guys? Grusing says he has. Barry said, any guy in his right mind that knows anything about the legal system would tell you not to talk. S.A. Grusing says, but if Barry wants us to find Suzanne, he shouldn't hesitate to call on any of the stuff that comes to mind. Barry said, and I want that. I mean, I still love her. Even though I found all this stuff out, and even though it hurts me to the bone, it doesn't mean I don't love her. I want her, but I know she made a mistake. I know it's not her. And I know that if she's got right with the Lord, that she would ask for forgiveness and from him and me. Okay. Barry added, this is hard on his daughters and he wants Suzanne back. I can't believe, I had to tell the girls, brutal, buddy. Not buddy. Why do I keep calling him that? He's not my buddy. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he remembers what he said when he first met agents and what he said about Hillary and Comey. Barry said, I probably said something about Comey's a liar. He's at the very top of FBI and he's a liar. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he remembered what he said about how he knew Comey was lying when he said certain things. Barry said no. S.A. Grusing reminded Barry that he said when Comey said, I don't recall, and that it was what both Hillary and Comey would say. What the hell? S.A. Grusing, sorry guys, like I'm S.A. Grusing reminded Barry that he said when Comey said, I don't recall, and that is what both Hillary and Comey would say, and this is what Barry told agents indicated that they were lying. Okay. Barry said, yeah, well, then he paused. I just don't trust the whole thing about Comey and Hillary. So, I mean, I don't know if you're trying to twist that around and put it on me. But when I tell you I don't recall something, I don't recall it. Well. S.A. Grusing, you're fine, Jazzy. Or Lizzie. S.A. Grusing said, okay. Barry said, it's not that I'm lying. There's nothing in every question you guys asked me, there is nothing that I had to lie about. S.A. Grusing said agents didn't know if it was a subtle way of Barry telling us that. Barry said, no, absolutely not. I told you guys that I don't recall something, then I didn't recall it. The reason I said that about Jim Comey is because I heard the questions that they were asking him, and there is no way in heck he wouldn't recall that. There's no way. S.A. Grusing tells Barry that he might not believe this, but he doesn't pay attention to what happened in DC because that's not why someone signs up for the FBI. S.A. Grusing tells Barry he hopes that people can see that is not who we are. Barry says he sees S.A. Grusing and S.A. Harris as two men of integrity and honest, God-fearing men, and said that he hopes agents would see him in the same light because Barry thinks the three of us are so much alike. Oh, this guy, just gag. S.A. Grusing said that we all make mistakes as well. And that is why agents want to leave room for Barry to talk about anything, including something he thinks might make him look bad. He hopes agents are the type of people Barry could tell that to. Barry said, you are. S.A. Grusing asked if Barry would show agents the pin on his Bobcat that he was repairing Saturday. Agents and Barry started to walk back over to the Bobcat, while Barry, walking, said, so as of now, I'm not going to get anything of mine back. S.A. Grusing said, that is not up to the agents. S.A. Grusing asked Barry, what's most important? Barry said, the guns are the most important, and my cameras. Interesting. S.A. Grusing asked about the pin in the Bobcat. Barry points to a pin on the back right arm of the Bobcat and says that he didn't even realize the nut had come off of a bolt that is there. Barry states that when the Bobcat arm goes up and down, the pin works its way out one way or the other, and he just has to do that on his own, and it doesn't need help. Barry confirms that he can. Barry starts talking about the cutting blade of the bobcat and walks around to show the agents, as he described, how has a cutting cut on both sides of and can be flipped, and that when Cribb had to replace his blade, it had already been flipped on both edges, were worn out. Barry said he thinks that Trent had that blade and gave it to CBI. Other topics covered in the audit included Barry's purchase of a VPN, Barry's deleting of calls from his call logs, why Barry initially threw his big argument with Suzanne was on Friday, evidence through LibLurb of other arguments daily, that weekly, how long Suzanne was distant and unloving, if Barry and Suzanne were separate on Wednesday and Friday, even based on their cell phone discrepancies in his calls to Gene Moorman, evidence pointing to Barry sending the Facebook friends requests on Friday night, Barry's phone functions involving passwords, token sharing, group functions, and multiple airplane mode functions on Barry's phone. Barry was shown the Google Maps of his residence and his phone activity on Saturday, May 9th, when he arrived home between 11:30 a.m. and left at 1:30 p.m. Sorry, guys. When shown location points that his truck may not have pulled in the driveway, and he appeared to be coming up through the woods on foot to his house. Barry said he might have been looking for turkeys. Barry was shown a second map below of his movements from 1:52 a.m. to 12:31 p.m. when he appeared to the east of his property during the time he was supposedly having veggie soup with Suzanne, and said he was looking for a turkey that he had shot previously, I'm assuming, with a bow, and they had never found it. Wah. Just wah. Barry was shown a third map where it looked like he was on foot, heading back to his truck before he left at 1:30 p.m. and called Suzanne at 1:47 p.m. and again at 1:49 p.m. Barry said it made sense that he did not talk to Suzanne much during the lunch hour as a reason for him calling her twice when he got to Highway 50. Barry was asked about the following and shown exhibits regarding his trip to get a backhoe on Saturday, May 9th, and why he needed a backhoe that day, where the towel Susan was lying in her last photo might be located, not recovered at the house, why Barry texted Suzanne, "Did you leave?" as he headed home at 2:31 p.m. More details about the chipmunk gun, when he mounted the scope, and Suzanne's reaction to him shooting when the Fosses hike occurred. Details of his last meal with Suzanne, and whether Barry unplugged his router or threw away surveillance components. His purchases of disposal of mini cameras, his cleaning of the workbench for his trip to Broomfield, his movements through Saturday night and Sunday morning when he last saw Suzanne's phone, items thrown away in the trash in Broomfield, proof that he was not at the wall when he received the call from Ritter's, and staging of the tools in his home. Regarding the photos of Barry pushing the trash to the bottom of the McDonald's trash can, he said the photo makes it look like he was disposing evidence that he could not recall what he threw away. When asked about the folders that were burned in the fireplace, he said he and Suzanne were cleaning out file cabinets that week. Barry was shown a map of Garfield, and he confirmed he returned at Sunday, May 10th at the first place he could have pointing to exit 228. Barry said he did not climb the road leading up into the mountains, nor did he go into the mines. He said George and his buddies searched those mine shafts for Suzanne. When asked about Suzanne's leather journal that was not recovered, he said he did not recall and that she had one. Barry was told that Suzanne confided in friends that sex with him was not pleasurable, then reminded that he put sex as the top reason for his victimology questionnaire for someone's motive for her disappearing. Barry refuted that by saying, "Okay, let's miss that." So Barry was told by S.A. Harris about the needle sheath for the tranquilizer being found in the dryer. He said he had no idea how it got there, and it's not got anything to do with me, Barry added. I hate that because that makes me look bad. Everything makes you look bad. Dude, everything. S.A. Grusing asked Barry if he shot the tranquilizer gun on Saturday, May 9th, and he said, absolutely not. Barry was told no tranquilizers like BAM was recovered at the house. He said he used BAM. Okay, don't know. I don't know what these things are. As tranks. When Barry was asked if he disposed of those, he said, I don't recall. Barry was asked what he used to reverse the tranquilizer effects, and he said, tolazine. Barry said he bought the chemicals, which he knew to be controlled substances, from Indiana and kept them on his workbench. Barry said he kept chemicals in vials and injected the chemicals into darts, not using a licensed vet for the process. He asked if he was able to do that all himself. He said, yeah, absolutely. Barry was asked the last time he used those chemicals, and he said around the end of April 2020, S.A. Grusing asked if those chemicals could have been part of the workbench he cleaned off before he went to Broomfield. He said, could have been. Barry admitted to submitting a ballot on Suzanne's behalf for the presidential election, saying, yeah, just because I wanted Trump to win. He said, I figured all those other guys were cheating. I knew she wanted to vote for Trump anyways. S.A. Grusing informed Barry that was not legal, and Barry said, I didn't know you couldn't submit it for your spouse. Oh my God, this man. Oh my. Literally, my tongue's sticking to the top of my face again. But we only have 9 pages to go, so we're going to do this. We're going to do this. Every once in a while, my brain's kind of going, huh? Oh my goodness. Oh, guys, how are y'all doing? I think they caught him with an illegal ballot, while running them. I think that, yeah, because this happened, what, in 2020 anyways. So, yeah, it was that one. Get her done. I think so. Oh, goodness. We got this. We got this. This is, the longest I think I've ever read on a stream. I didn't think it was going to take us 5 days, but wow. Yeah, where did I just see that? James. Barry is nuts. Bonkers turned up to 11. Just wow. Yeah, he voted for Suzanne. Yeah. Yeah. Like, what is he doing? Unreal. Okay. Oh, thank you, friend. Much appreciated. Oh, goodness. So, a little bit of more hydration, and we'll get back at it here. Yeah, this guy, he's just like, I couldn't be around him. He's not someone I could deal with in real life. If he was around, I would be the opposite direction. Okay. Isn't it wild, James? Isn't it wild? Like, I get reading and I have to go back because it's like, what'd that just say? And it's like, okay, well, no, it didn't make sense. Yeah, he's pretty bad. He's pretty bad, in my personal opinion. It's just like, oh my word. Okay, I'll get back over there and we'll do this. Every vote counts. Geez, Pete, I kind of don't think it works like that, idiot. Okay. So let's see here. Barry said, all I have now is my hunting. That's all I have. And I've done it since I was 7 years old. So I've got to live this life without her. What? So if I've got to live this life without her, I at least want my hunting. And this year, I'm going to travel. Oh my God, this guy. Okay, and it would be nice to have my guns that I'm confident with the shot. Many animals will have great confidence in them. What? And it would be nice to have my guns that I'm confident with and shot many animals and have great confidence in them. Be nice to have my cameras when I go back to Indiana. I put them up there, and they're cell phone cameras that I can be anywhere in the country and still get pictures of the deer I'm hunting. So I want my weapons, my cameras, and they are most important things on my wish list. All righty then. S.A. Harris tells Barry that when he talks about the closure for him and the girls, agents want to find her to give them that closure, and that agents want him to know that what their focus is for them. Barry said, I know. I just need to know from you guys. And I think I asked you this. If there's any physical evidence she is passed, my family needs to know about that. Barry said, redacted thinks Suzanne left and he needs evidence that she is not still alive. S.A. Grusing tells Barry there is no way that Suzanne is not communicating on her phone Saturday night and Sunday morning if she is conscious and if she is able to access her phone. Barry said, yeah, shrugs his shoulders and looks down. S.A. Grusing says it would not happen and compares agents knowing Suzanne's phone the way Barry knows how to use the Bobcat and how it behaves. Barry interrupted and said, but Johnny, when you say that, that makes it look like I'm a bad guy. S.A. Grusing tells Barry that he is the one who's there. Barry said, I know, but it's just didn't happen. S.A. Okay, S.A. Grusing says that if it is not Barry, then somebody took her phone then. Barry said, like I said, I don't know what. I mean, you guys have got to give me, you've texted me, you're going to be my advocate. What did you mean by that? S.A. Grusing said that he told Barry he would be his advocate to represent Barry's statements the very best he can. Because right now, Barry is not going to stand up and tell everybody this story because he is smart enough to not do that. Barry is talking to the agents, and we want to tell the unvarnished truth of what Barry is telling us and not shade it one way or another. Barry said, okay. Bliff. S.A. Grusing says that if Barry took her phone, agents can see that Barry is waiting to repair the relationship with Suzanne, is trying to do the opposite, so that if Barry would come home and take her phone Saturday night, that it would look bad for Barry if she went missing the next day. Barry begins sliding his foot back and forth on the blade of his bucket on the bobcat. S.A. Grusing continues telling Barry the burden would be on the agents to find out what happened to Suzanne and not him. Barry, Bliff, responded, yeah. S.A. Grusing says it would make sense to agents that when he comes home around 2:44 p.m. on Saturday, that he would take her phone and she runs off or disappears or whatever happens. Barry said, yeah. S.A. Grusing says again, it's not our job to find her. Barry said, yeah. Barry again slides his foot along the cutting blade of the bobcat. S.A. Grusing said if there is something bad happened and it looks bad for Barry, he should tell the agents, put the burden on them to do the rest of the investigation. Let me guess what he's going to say. Yeah. Barry said, yeah. Well, I've told you everything truthfully, both you guys, so it's in God's hands. I mean, he allowed this whole thing to happen. Oh my God, this man, now it's God's fault. Whatever. Yeah, he's just a piece of work. I'm not allowed to swear now, so I'm like, I have to like bite my tongue because he makes me cranky. Unreal. So, S.A. Grusing talks about how the pieces like Barry chasing around a chipmunk with a gun or the left turn for the bull elk are pieces that we need. Barry said, I know all that stuff looks bad, but it's just crazy that stuff's even a part of this. I mean, it's crazy how that stuff, ironically, is part of this. It just makes no sense to me. Like, why would God allow pieces like that have to be answered in this situation? I just don't get it. S.A. Grusing asks Barry what his thought is on why. Barry said, I have no idea. I don't know his ways. He's way greater than us. I don't know. I've often thought, God, why? I thought that I'd be cleared in 2 months. I've often asked God, why are you dragging me through this? You know, physically, this is not good for me. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I'm not angry with God. I fear him, love him, respect him, know that he allows things to happen for reasons. I try to figure out why. I try to say in my head, if she, pause, going through this, all this stuff that I found out since January, and maybe God wanted to protect the girls from heartache. I mean, I don't know. Good frickin' Lord. S.A. Grusing talks about personal sacrifice and how this never goes away and gives an example. Barry asks, how he could live like that. S.A. Grusing continues to tell Barry that if there is something that happened that makes him look bad and he would trust agents with something like that, we could help him. Barry said, I gotta have help. I mean, if these people in Chafee hate me like the world is, they hate me, and they get to the DA and say, he made our sheriff's department look bad, we're going to blame it on him. Then my daughter, who's going to raise my daughter, if they locked me up for something I didn't do. S.A. Grusing said, even if it is something you didn't do, but something you know about that would help us, maybe that is Barry's sacrifice. Barry said, yeah. S.A. Grusing tells Barry he is not saying it will be easy, but this will not go away. Barry said, yeah. Well, what happens from here? When you guys go to them, what's the next step? S.A. Grusing explains agents will share their results with the district attorney's office, and it will be up to them. S.A. Harris offers again that Barry could take a polygraph. Barry said he's going to pray about it. So that's the end of that interview. Barry tells agents to be careful going back. So, ongoing investigation, tranquilizer research. On April 20, 2021, S.A. Grusing interviewed Lisa Wolf, field veterinarian retired from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who advised she developed and tested solution BAM. I'm not going to even try those words. An anesthesia combination that is used to immobilize a broad range of species of animals. Wolf practiced as a licensed veterinarian for 35 years and taught courses on the effects of sedatives on wildlife. Wolf said BAM has not been tested on humans to her knowledge, but she predicts the tranquilizer dart would cause considerable hematoma to human skin because it was developed to pierce through deer hide. Wolf estimated that a female of Susan's size would likely be fully sedated from a dose of BAM in 8 to 12 minutes and in complete sedation from 2 to 8 hours, depending on how her body reacted to the tranquilizer and her resting position. Wolf suggested the dart would be very painful, estimated a woman would feel likely run for 2 or 3 minutes, and she would feel a bit drunk before complete sedation, appearing wobbly and unstable. The only safe place to fire the dart would be directly into the buttocks area because the impact to internal organs would cause considerable damage if the dart should not hit any bones. Considerable damage, and the darts should not hit any bones. Wolf said that a person's breathing would be difficult while sedated from BAM due to brain hypoxia, since oxygen coming into the blood would be low. If a person is lying on her back, her breathing would sound like a snore, as the tongue would be pushed into the airway. Wolf said a BAM dose to a human could be fatal, depending on the health of the person, and a second dose would likely cause brain damage. A licensed veterinarian must prescribe BAM for it to be used legally. Wolf was asked about Talazol, mentioned by Barry in an April 22, 2021 interview, and she said this is a heavy, regulated anesthetic. I don't know my tongue. Okay, more potent than BAM. That is only used by licensed veterinarians. Talazol was used by CP&W to bring down bears, who would remain sedated from 2 to 8 hours. It was also used for surgery, and there is no reversal drug for it. Wolf believed telazol was a DEA Schedule III class substance, and she was surprised any civilian would have it. Wolf said that xylazine is similar in nature to BAM and is a sedative sometimes to smooth out effects of telazol. She stated that telazine reverses the sedative effects of xylazine. Wolf said adipamazole would likely be used to reverse the effects of BAM. I don't know. I've never heard of those things in my life. On April 20, 2021, essay Gruesing called Mary Wood at Redacted, a current veterinarian in Colorado Parks and Wildlife, who confirmed that CP&W uses BAM to sedate animals and complete sedation occurs within 4 to 20 minutes. Wood said that the company Zoofarm manufactures and ships BAM to licensed veterinarians across the U.S. who can provide the sedative to private citizens with a prescription. Wood knew of a human receiving 1 1/100th of a dose of BAM as a sedative in an IV, but she thought a full dose to a human might be fatal depending on the physical characteristics of the human. Wolf said the dart should be targeted towards areas of muscle with no bone, possibly the buttocks. Okay, so this is Shoshana Dark. On December 16th, 2020, CCSO Deputy Miles Jones received a tip from a person who requested to remain anonymous. She reported that her friend, Shoshana Louise Dark, is intimately involved in a relationship with Barry. On December 17th, 2020, Sergeant H and Agent Cahill interviewed Dark at the CCSO office. She said she has known Barry since October 2020 because he cleaned his neighbor's house and met him because she claimed she cleaned the neighbor's house and met him at the dumpster. Oh my God. Can't make this stuff up. Okay, she said she had known Barry since she cleaned the neighbor's house, met at a dumpster. She denied being in a romantic or any other type of relationship with Barry. Dark deleted items on her phone, one possibly being a second phone number for Barry, in front of the investigators, and was evasive in answering questions around Puma Path. Around the time Suzanne disappeared, Dark said in the December interview that she did not know Suzanne. And Suzanne, she's my age. She's a lot of people say I resemble her. Huh. The alleged girlfriend who went into that house, allegedly. From December 2020 through April 2021, numerous Salida residents have reported that Dark is in a relationship with Barry. Their relationship is reported to date back to July 2020, though investigators have not confirmed that. A poll camera installed by the FBI has captured Barry's truck consistently coming and going from Dark's residence, often between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m., sometimes staying the whole night. There he is. CBI agents Graham and Cahill confirmed that Dark and Barry checked into Antlers Hotel in Colorado Springs on February 12th, 2021. Are you freaking kidding me? And checked out on Valentine's Day, as captured on surveillance footage below, with Barry carrying Dark's luggage and Dark holding a bouquet of flowers. Barry's cell phone was either off or in airplane mode during the majority of his trip. Yeah. No. Summary. Suzanne Morphew is missing and presumed. Okay, let's see here, because we know they found her. So we'll just, as we're going through this, we'll keep that in mind. So nationwide checks, investigative leaves, absence of interactions with Jeff Libler, Sheila Oliver, redacted, left the Morphew house on May 5th, 2020. Suzanne began to take steps to leave Barry, while Barry took steps to control her, incapacitate her, stage a crime scene, and create his alibi for her disappearance. No hike existed that Saturday afternoon in Barry's multiple interviews with CBI until a June interview when he said they hiked to Foosa's Lake. CBI followed him to assert that a few times until they refuted the hike in his July interview. Barry was told that he was driving in Salida that afternoon, asking Tim Backhoe to purchase a backhoe attachment for his Bobcat. Finally, Barry put his phone in airplane mode that Saturday afternoon at 2:47 after he returned home and ran around his house at 2:44. He claimed to CBI that he and Suzanne ate steaks, though he could not describe them. She washed dishes. She washed redacted sheets, though redacted said the bed was made when she left. And they had sex, of course, though he could not describe what happened following that. And he woke up to his alarm at 4:30 in the morning. No alarm was set on his phone, as his phone and his truck telematics were moving in the 3 a.m. hour, and that he had to suddenly leave for a job in Broomfield that he did not tell coworkers he was leaving that morning. Barry initially blamed the mountain lion for Suzanne's passing upon being notified that her bicycle was recovered. 2021, Barry blamed the turkeys for why he did not have veggie soup with Suzanne during lunch on Saturday, May 9. The deer for why the tranquilizer gun was used to explain the needle, cover in the dryer, and a chipmunk for why he was running around his house after getting home at 2:44 p.m. and the firing of a .22 caliber to describe his violence towards Suzanne that afternoon, and the caliber of tranquilizer darts for his trip on May 10th. Barry explained his left turn on Highway 50 to explain the truck's movement because of a bull elk sighting at 4:30 a.m. from 2 miles down the road, and left turned that placed him at the scene of Suzanne's helmet. Barry cannot provide a last sighting for Suzanne, only labored breathing similar to a snore, which is consistent with her being tranquilized. Barry describes her as being drunk that afternoon, which matches the effects of the tranquilizer after a few minutes. He said he was running around the house, most likely chasing Susan while she's unconscious, but has admitted that he had taken Suzanne's phone from her at least twice in the past to try to monitor or control what she was doing. There is no activity for Suzanne after 2:30 p.m. on Saturday, which is out of the norm for her typical behavior, and an abrupt end following her 59 communications with Jeff Libler that morning and afternoon. By afternoon, 2:30 p.m. on Saturday, May 9th, it had become clear that Barry could not control Suzanne's insistence on leaving him, and he resorted to something he has done his entire life: hunt and control Suzanne like he had hunted and controlled animals. Barry told investigators early on that he blamed alcohol for Susan's change of behavior and her distant unlovingness to him. Though she was not a heavy drinker, Barry used alcohol and substances and chemo throughout his interviews to describe Suzanne's independence and distancing from him, saying it was every day that last week. Barry finally blamed God for Suzanne's death after being informed of the affair as a form of judgment on her, and has stated repeatedly that God allowed this to happen. Barry told FBI and CBI numerous times no evidence exists, which infers he knows what happened to the evidence in this case. When the Ritters called Barry at about 5 p.m. on Sunday to tell Barry they could not find Suzanne, Barry was in his hotel room and had been there since 12:40 p.m. However, he should not be there, per his alibi, to be out of town for an emergency job in Broomfield. Barry told Ritters he was at the job site. He told FBI, CBI, and CCSO he was at the job site. He left his room, took tools out of his truck, put them in the lobby to make it look like he was returning from the site. Barry made very little attempt to contact Suzanne on his way home or look around his house for the bike because he already knew what happened to her. Setting the tools out that day was similar to what happened earlier that morning when Susan's bicycle was placed on the incline. As Deputy Brown commented, I started to question if something criminal had occurred, as it looked like the bike was perfectly thrown in this location. As of May 4th, 2021, Suzanne Morphew has not been located. She has, thank God. So this is just basically going to tell us that, let's read it. I affirm that this affidavit and warrant has been reviewed by the following attorneys with the 11th Judicial District Attorney's Office. District Attorney Linda Stanley, Senior Deputy District Attorney Jeff Lindsay, May 4th, 2021. Before your affiant respects request that a warrant be issued for the arrest of Barry Lee Morphew, date of birth October 17th, 1967, gives the code and the warrant to be no bond. Further, your affiant saith not. Signed by the judge and the chief investigator. Okay. Airplane mode Barry. So it very much, nothing about Barry's story of sneaking up in the woods because he wanted to take a shower made sense to Sheila, Oliver, or Suzanne. Sheila told agents their story of Barry sneaking up years ago in Indiana, climbing up the side of a house to see if Suzanne was with a boyfriend. This is the house. So I was poking around on Google Maps, and they've made it very hard to take a look at that house right now. But we do have a video where we looked at it, one of the first ones. So on November 3rd, 2020, CBI agent Graham spoke with Kara and Steve Marshall, the previous homeowners of the residence, 19057 Puma Path, before selling the home to the Morphew family. Kara stated there was no damage to the master bedroom door jamb when the residence was sold to Barry and Suzanne Morphew. Kara and Steve separately said they suspected Barry deleted Suzanne after hearing the news of her disappearance based on multiple observations they made of Barry during and after the sale of the house. A copy of the page shown to Barry of the activities of his truck on the night of Saturday, May 9th, that contradicted his stories of cooking a steak and having sex and going to bed around 8 or 9 p.m. So they have a lot on him. I hope that a photo of the breezeway red square in relation to the chair where Suzanne was sunbathing on the afternoon of May 9th. Sunbathing chairs and the breezeway right here. Pretty big house, eh? The estimate of activity of Barry's phone as it appears to move from porch to porch while he explained he was chasing a chipmunk. So these are all the places, all the pin spots, just around the whole house. Chipmunks. We did it, guys. Isn't that Sarah? It's a huge jazz house. Oh, can you? Yeah, I am a smoker. Oh my goodness. Well, everybody, what do you think? Is he going to get picked up? Thank you, James. We got her done. We're at 4 hours today, but we got it done. We can chew on this stuff. Like, there was a lot of information in that. It was worth going through. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you guys. When it's 40 degrees, we think it's warm, but we aren't out sunbathing. Yeah, that was the original PCA from a couple years ago. So it was 131 pages. And isn't there? There's a ton of stuff on them. Ton of stuff. So I think we did. Okay, today was 4, 8. We did about 12, 13 hours of streaming all this stuff. I appreciate you. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet. He is brutal. Just brutal. Yeah, I think he's guilty as sin. Oh, night, Mel. Thanks for sticking it out with us. I appreciate you, friend. Very much so. Nice. Congratulations, 1 month. You're so awesome. Well, you don't think so, James? There's a lot. There's a lot. But, I mean, I don't know. Yes. Love it. Love it, love it. So, guys, I think we did it. I think we're Yes. Yeah. Lots and lots. Oh, Shauna, thank you, friend. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we still have to wait and see if that shows us anything. Oh, there was so much. There is so much. Yeah, we didn't see Melvin. It's Monday. Those are busy days. Oh, there's Melvin. Yeah, I'm really, really hoping that there's some answers there. I mean, did he use a weapon? Then there's a good possibility of getting some answers. But if he did what a lot of these guys do and it was like the neck thing, I don't think we'll find out. I don't, that is such a little tiny bone in the neck that, yeah, that I don't know if it would be there. We were talking about that earlier. So did the DNA end up in the bike seat? Cops say he wasn't even in the state. How is this possible? The only thing that I can, we were talking about that the other day. The only thing that we were kind of coming up with is what if he was part of building the bike, or he was the guy sending the seats, or what if this, or what if that? That is about the only thing that we can come up, because that guy was nowhere. But is that good for the defense? Absolutely. Really enjoyed being here, folks. Catch you again soon. Justice for Suzanne. Great having you here, Martin. Don't forget to hit that thumb. Yeah. So we'll see you next time. Thank you very much for being here, Martin. Thank you. Yeah, someone is changing the oil. That's true. Yeah, that's very true, Dandy. Wasn't she fairly well intact? Was it like, had she been, the only reason I'm worried is because if an animal scattered her, I'm concerned about that hyoid. But I don't know if Shannon Gilbert was, I don't know if there was animal activity. We know with Susan there most likely was. Thank you, everybody, for spending the time with us. Enjoyed you guys. So if anyone new has watched this basically series, hit that subscribe and that thumb. Get us into that algorithm. I appreciate you guys. It was a long haul. Yeah. I have to look that up about the bike seat. You would understand. Ah, no, we don't. We do not, friend. Partial sample, not partial DNA match. Yay! Thanks, Sarah. I swear he darted her. That would have put her completely out. Yeah. Yep. Fair. Yeah. I mean, there is an absolute possibility that that hyoid's there. I mean, I can't say it's not. I hope it is. I hope it is. It's just, it's those kids, they need to know. Those girls, they need to know. As far as, I mean, that's just personal opinion. But if I were in their shoes, it would be like, let them start dealing with it. So, guys, I am going to go find something to eat. I'm going to get another big glass of water. And yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for the super chats and the memberships. I appreciate every single thing you do for me. And I hope you're enjoying the content. So, thanks again, my friends, and I'll absolutely see you in the next one. Bye.